Stream time, let's go. I get all my funny things posted and then I go burr. Yippee. Up, 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 There we go. Got my chat all set up and all that fun stuff. And I actually changed my fucking title today. Unlike yesterday, where I accidentally used the wrong title because it was the stream I was gonna do before, but then I didn't. And oh, but let us go grab some homework. Let us see, let us see. Da, 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 da. Hello, hoodies. Hi, hi, and hello, Cyan. Hope you enjoy your stay. Up, up, Time to go through all the fucking homework submissions. There were so many this time. I did not expect that many people to go ham on figure drawing, but I am pleasantly surprised. Important stream, gotta learn. Yeah, yeah. I'm so excited to go over these, man. I also fucking love the censorship that Bush Baby used in their art. Absolutely beautiful censorship. Perfect. Think this is an art piece of its own. Getting Clip Studio paint tomorrow. Let's go. That's so exciting. I love Clip Studio so much. It is my absolute fucking goat when it comes to art, dude. Okay, I grab the tablet, I grab the water. Dude, I bought like a pack of like really tasty mints, right? And I may have eaten a couple too many and now my tongue really fucking hurts. I have no self-control. Thankfully the tongue heals relatively quickly. Okay. So the one thing is that correcting figure drawing specifically is going to be a little bit difficult just because like they are so quick. So it's going to be mostly just like an analysis of like the last like 4, give or take. But I can still go over like all of them. Just in general, just go over those ones quickly. So the first thing I noticed, oh, and I should probably write down the artists. So Bush Baby. Hello, Carol. Hi. Hope you're having a good day today. And hello, M. Not feeling too hot today? Oh no. I hope you have a good lurk though, and I hope you feel better soon. Also, hello, Amia. Hi. I was just saying how when it comes to reviewing the figure drawings, I'll probably mostly be focusing on like the last 4 that people submit. But I'll still go over like the rest of them as much as I can. Just because like the others are so quick, it's really hard to give a solid critique on. Hello, Jay. Hi. What's up with you? Personally, I'm vibing. Gonna be doing some homework correction today. And apparently taking some fur out of my mouth. Thanks, Santa. Hello, Sloth. Hi. Welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. For guys in caps, no worries. I always fucking switch between like caps and lowercase. I like to yell my words sometimes. And hello, Coco. Hi. Hope you're having a good day today. Okay. So art yesterday looks awesome. Thank you, thank you. I had so much fun on the collab with Inky, bro. It was so much fun. I love Inky so much. God, and the art she made me is just so fucking pretty, bro. She's so good with colors. I scream. I want everyone to just appreciate just how amazing Inky is because she's such a sweetie, dude. She is such a talented sweetie. Talented fuck. No, we just fucking know life art, bro. We don't do anything else. We just art and art and art and art and art. Have to lurk because watching Star Wars. Oh, have fun with some friends, but have fun grading homework. Everyone gets a passing grade. Everyone absolutely get a passing grade. I do not fail anyone who tries. It is simply a pass or fail, and we have not had any fails yet, nor will we. Okay. We shall just hop right into it then. So I think the first thing that I noticed that I really love is that the first attempt, they didn't get very far. Which is totally normal. That is absolutely normal. Even happened with, oops, that's the art from yesterday. Even happened with mine, where I like barely even I didn't even get to finish my feet or anything because it was so speedy. But I love how in the second one, they start generally getting like a bigger idea of like how fast they need to go and how many details they need to include. But I really love the simplicity. And I think one thing I especially love is that they don't seem to be lifting up their pen, which, like you can. There's no right or wrong way to do it. You can absolutely like lift up your pen or you can just like not. But like if you don't lift up your pen, you definitely save some, just a fraction of a second, which means you can end up doing that much more. But they do a really, really good job of capturing like the overall motion with these and just being overall very simple and just getting like the overall idea down. Forget the term for single line drawing? I forget it too. I know there's definitely a proper term, but I do not remember it. And I absolutely did have a lovely week. Thank you. I have no complaints. Oh, hello, waifu sizes! Hi, hi! Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for doing up the infographic image thing. I don't know what else to call it. My brain be fuzzy sometimes, but thank you. I appreciate it, waifu. Like, it looks so clean, dude. I think the one thing that's really impressive with these is that, like, this one especially ends up getting, like, a lot of detail once we start getting to, like, number 16. Because that's when the amount of time that you can spend on it increases. So we can focus on the last 5. So I absolutely just love, like, everything, honestly. And I absolutely love that they've done, like, some minimal shading. Because, like, you only have a very limited amount of time. So being able to squeeze in, like, any shading at all is usually pretty fucking impressive. And once again, I love the censorship on these so much. Also, don't worry about the emote. It is what it is. But Bush Baby has, like, such, like, a good... What's the word? They're very good at putting things into scale, and they're also very good at getting a lot of detail down relatively fast. And they're also really good with managing, like, scale and proportion in general. Because nothing feels, like, super, super wonky, and I can, like, really tell, like, which angles and stuff they were referencing. Okay, and then for number 20, which is the longest taking one. I'm trying to think of things that might help them. Because I believe on this one, if they did the 30-minute class, I believe they had 10 minutes on this. So let's see. One thing you might want to focus more on, it's definitely difficult, especially with figure drawing, but maybe focusing on line weight or just like contrast and shadows in general might help. Because right now everything kind of feels all the same tone, if that makes sense. Which, considering like the brush you're using, I can imagine it might be a little bit difficult to get any kind of like variation. But just like learning to use like a little bit of thickness can just like really emphasize like places where there are shadows without doing too much work. But that's just a stylistic thing. It's definitely not something that needs to be done. So let's see, how did my 20-minute one go? Yeah, I went speedy with doing values. That's another thing that people might want to try as well. You can absolutely do figure drawing in this method where basically you use lines mainly, but you could also potentially try and do something like this, where you start like trying to block it out instead. And then you might find that you enjoy that. It's not for everyone. Not everyone enjoys doing like this method. But it is definitely an option, and I highly recommend like playing around with it. Because you never know what you like until you try it out for a little while. So you can just like end up like blocking things in and then try to do all the values. Because learning to do value work from figure drawing is very, very, very valuable. You end up learning like how light behaves in like different situations. And I highly, highly recommend that like everyone give doing like this method a try. Because it is just very, very good to study from. And it's kind of more, it's kind of closer to like how like traditional art works. Or like traditional painting, like oil painting, for example. So just stuff like that. And another benefit of this is that like it really helps you like kind of get the overall idea of an image relatively fast. And then you can just like keep adding in more detail. Also, another thing to pay attention to, which I actually really love in this example, is negative space. So negative space is... it's right here in this example. It's basically a space that's like blocked out by like other stuff. So for example, if we were doing this, we could like block this out and then we'd know approximately where the surrounding bodies are in comparison. Or not bodies, but like body parts. So just making sure to like pay attention to like those kinds of shapes can really help with like knowing how to place things. And obviously I don't have the reference material, because I'm pretty sure you have to pay premium for that and fuck that shit. But yeah. I really fucking love how this came out. Why do you have a foot emote? I didn't buy it. You can blame Leg for it. Singular line drawings are just called continuous line drawing. Oh, that works! They're definitely really fun, though. They are also very good practice because you can't do normal things that you might be used to doing. Let me pull a Space Jam and steal your drawing powers? No, they're mine. I need them for my job. I need them to feed myself, please. Did you stocking? I did. I do occasional fan art. I don't do that much fan art. I usually like doing fan art for like VTubers mostly. But every now and then I'll do like a series fan art if I'm having a quirky day. Classical application of thigh gap and creating art? Pretty much, actually. It's kind of like a thigh gap. Okay. It's hard because there's not going to be like too much correction this week on stuff. But I just really, really wanted to get people into figure drawing mostly. Okay, let me respond to Bush Baby with this one. With some like notes. Sometimes I include the notes, sometimes I don't. It depends on how tired I am. I should be including notes for everyone though, because it's generally pretty helpful. It would help if Discord wanted to show me my previews, but that's cool. Hello, Oni. Hi, hi. Hope you're having a good day today. Da, da, da. So just tell him Bush Baby one method you might want to try out. Sorry, I can't like type and think at the same time. So I was just telling Bush Baby that they might want to try blocking in the figure first, since it can allow you to do some more fancy shading shenanigans. Hopefully, okay, that image is not working. Discord, are you going to be cranky with me? Because that's what it looks like. Her. Okay, fuck it, we ball. I will just save the images for later and send them all later, I guess. Also, ayo, Raid! Hi, Bush Baby! Hi! I was just going over your art, dude. I love your sensors so much. They are so good. But yeah, honestly, there's not a whole lot of critique to say, because you just did like an insanely fucking good job, dude. Like, the only thing I could suggest, and it's not even, it's just a suggestion rather than like any real advice, is to like maybe try like blocking out the body as a change from like doing just like lines. Because you might be able to start getting some like better, or not better, but like more defined like tonal variation. So you might be able to get like your darks darker and your lights lighter. And I think it would be a good study for you if you ever wanted to try it. Because it's very similar to like traditional techniques. Want to come over, sorry, am I late? That's okay! It is a-okay to be late. Or not late, on time. There is never any late here. It is simply whenever you are available. Also, I see you're playing Mario. I love Mario games, dude. They're so fun. And good evening, Avo. I hope you're having a good day today. Welcome, welcome. Is that using the paintbrush for the body block? I actually used, for this, I use a G pen with lower opacity and minimal pressure sensitivity on the size. So you can see, okay, I'll choose like solid black. So this is me like leaning hard, and then this is me like leaning soft. And then here's it on gray. But like the thing you can do with this is like you can layer things. And if you set up a shortcut for the eyedropper, you can get like really good blending with like hard edges, and it's very, very useful in my experience. And of course, like the specific settings you use can differ depending on how you like to do things. But it is just a very, very simple brush with nothing too fancy. But you can use other brushes as well. Like if you wanted to use like, let's see, kind of fancy brushes are there? There is... There's an oil paintbrush, which is quirky. So you can really just use, like, whatever you like. But I really like the blackout method just because I always find like it works really well for getting ideas down relatively fast. So like I didn't even like plan out this pose, but you can kind of like see it coming along like super fast. Because like when you start seeing the body as just like one entire thing, can just kind of go a little easier. And then you're not trying to focus too much on like individual body parts at the beginning. It's definitely too short of a torso, but it's done in like 30 seconds, so whatever. Beat your bot? What do you mean beat bot? Finally got finished with the e-reader levels for Super Mario Advance 4. They're like an alpha version of Super Mario Maker. Oh, I see. I haven't played that much Mario Maker, honestly. I have it, but haven't played it that much. But it is really fun. I just like, I don't know. I get in gamey moods and then I get out of gamey moods and then I never touch it again. Shoutout bot? You don't need to beat the shoutout bot, bro. Just let it do its thing. I like to save shoutouts for when I want to do personal shoutouts, so I'd prefer if you don't use it. Because if I wanted to shout out a friend now, I would have a like hour cooldown, which is kind of annoying. Okay, who was next? Okay, we got Hero next, I believe. Normally I would send this back, but Discord is having like a fucking moment and doesn't want me to send images right now, so fucking rip. I'm pretty sure I have it set up on a command thing rather than a actual shoutout. Okay, let's jump into this. Let me write down Hero's name. That's probably something I should require of people as well, just writing down their names on their homework. Do you plan on doing homework streams every Sunday? Okay, so I try to do homework streams frequently. I'm bad at doing things on a consistent schedule. If that makes sense. Like initially the stream was gonna be 2 days ago, but my wrist was really fucked up, so I didn't want to hurt my wrist any further, so I delayed it by 2 days. But I do try to do it regularly. I can't say specifically every Sunday just because I don't want to make that commitment and then not live up to that commitment because that would suck. But I do try to do it like once every 1 or 2 weeks, depending on the assigned homework. And I try not to delay it, but sometimes life happens, so But I do plan on doing them pretty frequently. I think this was bleh. I think this was like the 9th homework we've done. But I do new assignment every week. Or every week-ish. Every 1 or 2. Also, hi, Inky. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. I like read your message and in my brain I said hi, and then I got totally distracted by whatever else happened. Well, hi, Inky. I hope you're having a good day today. Okay, let's get into Hero's Arts. Okay. So the first thing again that I love seeing the transition from like the first to like the second or third drawing, because the first one you always get like just a partial bit of body done, and then like in the next few you end up getting like the overall motion down a lot better. One thing I would suggest or potentially change, just with like how you approach it, you seem to be using very boxy shapes for things, which is totally fine if that's how your brain works. Like, more power to you. But I would probably advise against using boxes with quick live drawing mostly, because like when you're drawing from life, you're not really simplifying things, especially when you do like quick art. If you're doing like a really, really big thing later, then you can like simplify things down to boxes for placement if it really helps. But when it comes to like learning from life, the point is to like really, really study how the body moves and stuff, and like boxes are very, very unnatural because the human body is very it's kind of boxy, but like it's very smooth and liney too. So like even just like super very scribbly, if you did something like this, it would be probably a lot more reminiscent of like the actual body, you know? And like that's off, but don't worry about it. So I'd really, really recommend sticking to what you see rather than what your brain wants to break it down into. Because that's something you can do like when you're not doing life drawing, if that makes sense. So like when you're doing life drawing, your priority is to go really, really fast, get the overall idea down, which you absolutely did get like the idea down, because like I can see poses and I can see like the flow of everything, of course. But it can just be a lot more helpful in the long run to just try and follow what your eyes see. Because your eyes don't see boxes in an image. It sees everything else. Sees the raw form. Okay, that's my main critique with the faster ones. So then we can focus on the longer positions. So real for that, thank you, thank you. Find these streams very fun to watch. I'm glad. I'm really glad people enjoy it. I love going over people's art, dude. Bi-weekly-ish? Yeah, exactly. Though bi-weekly is such a stupid term, bro, because it's like it either means twice per week or once every 2 weeks. And I'm like, what the fuck? Look at the rediff of the stream since I can't watch it today. Have a good stream. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully I will not yap too much, but I make no promises. Because sometimes I get very yappy in the middle of a critique. But I do. So I was critiquing the boxiness of these ones before, but I really love how in these ones you didn't do the boxiness. So it makes me really happy that on the longer ones you took your time to really go around like the body shapes. One thing that may help overall is I've talked about line of actions before, which is funny because it's actually the name of the site, line of action. So the line of action is a line that generally goes through a pose and just kind of overall encompasses the flow of it, for lack of a better word. Very often it'll follow either like the spine or the arms or the legs or all of those. So I can give you an example. So like the line of action here would be like here. You could also probably say it's here as well, or maybe here. And then on this one, it's kind of like this. But like keeping in mind lines of action can be very, very helpful because it can also be used to help you break down a pose very, very quickly. So for example, if I scroll up to You know what? Let's use this one again, just because we've done so much work on this one already. So with this one, you could break down the pose into just like this in order to get a rough idea. And then you can always put stuff on top if that helps you place things. But it depends on your brain and like what works for you. And of course, you only have a very, very limited time to do this kind of stuff. So don't be too hard on yourself. It is very speedy, it is very hard. And I have the benefit of being able to take my time and analyze things and think about it after you've already done all the hard work. Okay. Trying to look for specific things. Honestly, this one just is really good. I do really like that you actually did get to do some of the face. Because that's a personal thing that I struggle with. I tend to ignore the face a lot. Like I only did the face in like these ones, but the rest of them I'm just like, one or two line on funny face and then a dot dot eye. I also kindly censored all of this for Twitch. You're welcome, Twitch. But I do really love how this came out. One thing that I do notice, obviously, again, I don't have the reference images, so I can only really guess some stuff based on stuff that I know from experience. I believe the angle of the foot might be a little off because normally you wouldn't see like all four toes if they're resting on the ground. And remember that when it comes to figure drawing specifically, your goal isn't to make a complete art. Your goal is to study that figure in front of you. So if you only manage to get like 60% done of the figure, but you manage to do really well on that 60%, that is much, much better than managing to do like medium on 100% of it, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to say bad, but like pay like extra attention to specific details. It also looks like the head might be a little not to scale. It might be a little on the large side. So, little large. Take note of proportions. I think the rest of the proportions are relatively good. I think it's mainly just the head. Though again, it's really hard because I don't have the references. Something unhinged comment. Thank you, Zephy. I appreciate the unhinged. But yeah, overall, this is insanely fucking good. I really want to see like how much you would improve if you did like a ton more of figure drawing like regularly for like a month or so. Because this kind of exercises really, really add up over time. Also, I've become bet. Oh god, it's not shrinking me. Why? Ruh-roh. Oh, there we go. I think it was just because of the head pads. I think the head pads broke me. Sorry, I just got like dust in my throat. Ugh. I drank the water. Whose poses are these from? This is from Heroes. I always shorten them to Heroes, so let me right there. The latter half of their name is Fumetsu. I need to start yelling at people to include their names for stuff. Okay, now we can move on to the next one. I'm also purposely going a little faster than I usually go on these streams just because we got so many submissions this week. Listen to Ado, by the way. I listened to a couple songs. Probably not all of them, maybe. But I do know like Usewa and one other that I can't remember. I listened to a little bit of everything. Okay, and this is Zavasa's. I think Zavasa is the only one who actually attempted color, and I am so impressed. Cause like even I didn't fucking attempt color. I was like, nah, I'm going grayscale, baby. Concert in August in Toronto. Why I bring her up? I am not gonna be in Toronto in August. I'm going to be in New York in August. So I cannot go. I hope you have fun though. I'm not usually a big concert goer, but if Ado was local, then I would go. I would check her out. Big Apple, yeah, yeah. I went to the good old New York. Okay. Let's jump into Zavasas. So one thing I really love about Zavasas is Zavasa clearly isn't paying too much attention to like their line weight or line quality, which sounds like not a good thing, but it can be a good thing. Because they're not focusing too much on making it tidy, they're just focusing on getting the overall vibe of the pose down, and I love it so much. The one thing that actually might benefit you would potentially be doing the opposite. It really just depends on like how you want to go about it and like what specifically you want to learn, right? Because doing this, the very scribbly back and forth lines, there's nothing wrong with it. But it may benefit you more to try and do tidy lines. Even if it ends up not looking very good in the beginning, doing very tidy lines can just help you get an overall... It can help your line work, but it can also just help your brain learn, like, how to make things flow really well. Because when you do this back and forth motion, you end up losing a lot of potential fluidity. So, like, right here, for example, you can see it goes down, and then it kind of does, like, a little sketchy. But if instead you did, like, this, you're gonna get, like, a lot smoother of a transition. And, like, I say that as someone who, definitely does do still... I can speak. As someone who also does, sketchy vibes a lot. But you can see I try to do some clean lines here and there. It's really hard. You have to go really fucking fast. And sometimes it's like, brain go, I must do what I can. Do you like when art styles convey moods through the strength of the strokes? Yes. I love really... I just love art. I love seeing how people do things, and I just, like, love seeing the process. And, like, also one thing to keep in mind is I can, like, point out, like, things that, like, you can try, but that never means that, anything is done inherently wrong. There is no right or wrong way to do art. I can just, give some tips that may help. Or offer some advice that may cause you to look at something differently. Also, I am so feral over these last two. Like, just saying. The values, especially on this one, are so, so good. Like, you got a very clear image of, like, just all the muscles, and you get like, an idea of the lighting, and I love it so much. It is really, really good. Also, ironically, I do like that they didn't go into detail with the toes or anything. Because, like, yes, it's a important part of the human anatomy, obviously. But the goal is to be very fast and just get, like, your studies down. So I actually like that they didn't include all the tiny details and that they focused more on the general large picture. Obviously, in a longer life drawing, then you definitely want to get some of that fingy detail on. Or if you're just focusing on hands specifically, then that's also an option. Because, like, you can just boot up life drawing and then just only draw the heads or only draw the hands. There is no right or wrong way to study. And honestly, I kind of really want to do just a face study exercise myself. I just haven't done it because I'm lazy. So don't be like me. What's the time limit? I don't. People didn't put down their time limits, so I'm unsure. But it was either a 30-minute class or an hour class. Why does this bat have hands? Don't worry about it. I am simply a silly little guy. But hello, Shapeshift. I hope you are having a good day today. Also, I'm not a real bat. I am a bat creature. Also, of course, I cannot forget to talk about the lovely one and only colored art for this exercise. But yeah, I think these were probably 10 minutes, I think. If it was the 30-minute class, if it was the hour, I'm not sure what the time limit is. It might be 15 or 20 on the last one. Somewhere around there. When you're gonna have an art school prof outfit, I actually do want to. I do want to. It's not gonna be my next model, because the next model I make is just gonna be just an updated model, because I've had my old one for so fucking long. And then after that, I want to make some better models. And I'd really, really like to have a professor outfit, because I think that would be really cute. But yes, with this one. Okay, so obviously I don't have the reference image to be too accurate with this, and also my cat's crossing. Okay, goodbye, kitty. The first thing I do notice is that some of the proportions might be off, because the head looks a little bit large for a regular human, and the hands look a little on the large size. But I also don't have the reference, so it could just be some wonky perspective stuff. Especially if the arms are, like, reaching outward, like, at an angle. So if they're like this, for example, then this is gonna appear a lot larger than this. But I do love the attempt at color. Color is really hard, especially really fast, because you don't get to focus as much on your color choices. But I do like that I can see, like, just the overall general idea of where the lighting is. I think if I were to suggest one thing, and again, you only have limited time, so I don't necessarily expect this. This is just for future stuff. But it may be a good idea to try and keep in mind, like, the texture of the clothing and try to imitate that as well. Not that I'm very good at doing texture. That'd be more of a full illustration thing. But just something to keep in mind that the way you shade, like, this dress material wouldn't necessarily be the same way that you shade flesh or the same way that you shade hair or the stockings. Because different materials interact with light differently. And when it interacts with light, you can sometimes see a little bit of texture as well. Art professor is part bat? Nah. The art professor is shapeshifter. I am part anything I want to be. Also, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, thank you. Maybe leaning on office chic, but a lot more casual and stylized. Ooh. I have a quirky idea for that now, actually. Decisions. But yeah, I fucking love how it turned out, Savasa. Let me save that as a random title and I'll send it after. Didn't know I cooked my bed? Yeah, sorry, you just gave me like a really interesting idea for a model. I don't know if I'll go through with it or if I'll even remember, but give me a funny idea. Okay. Let's grab the next one. Okay, and this one is by Axer Vexit. So let me write down their name. Okay. Okay, so I like the overall breakdown of the poses a lot. You can definitely see like how the poses are supposed to be going. And I like that they're not focusing too hard on the hands or feet especially. But let's see. I think the same advice I applied. Sometimes it's hard to come up with ways to critique things. Because in general, these are really, really well done. They don't have too much detail, which I don't expect much detail in the 1 minutes. But the 5 minutes especially, I feel like, Because on one hand, I want to say that they should focus on trying to include like more tiny details where they can. Because right now it's mostly just the outlines of the limbs and a vague presence of the head. But I can't tell like where the head is facing, for example. So I think they should try to potentially focus more on, I'm gonna say the outlines, actually. So like the overall silhouette of the poses. So like this one, for example, if you focus on just doing the outline, you might actually end up with much more of a clear idea of the pose. Because right now you can't really tell like which direction the foot is posing, for example, or which direction the like head is in. So maybe focusing on just the outlines for a while may potentially help you start getting that detail in. And then of course, if you do like the outline and you still have like a ton of time, you can start like filling things in. So I'm gonna pretend that this person is facing like away from us. So like facing downwards. So like maybe, I don't know, maybe they had a ponytail and then they have like an ear and then like line in the back. And then maybe you want to include like a shadow here or something. So it's just trying to include all those like tiny details as speedily as you can. If you ask me to draw clothing, like say a cotton jacket or silk dress, can do the dress and the jacket easily. I think my only issue is with actually drawing bodies, so watching this will help. Yes, okay. Watching this may give you some tips on how to help. But the only thing that is really going to help is you booting up the site and you practicing a lot of bodies. I can give you all the tips in the world, but it's not going to help unless you put in a lot of work to learn that specific thing. And like you can improve a lot with just a little bit of figure drawing. Also, I don't know if you do know that the site we were using, but I can link it to you. It is Line of Action if you would like to do it. And you can just boot this up at any time and do a little class, and you can customize things. So here, I will reply to you with the site that we used. Be wary, there is a nude model option. So if that is not something you are comfortable with, make sure to turn off that setting. If you are comfortable with drawing nude, then of course, leave it on. It is up to you and your comfort zones and what you want to learn. Okay, I think my previous advice still kind of applies, but I feel like they did a much better job. Or, not better, because obviously they just had mostly more time. But they did like a really good job of getting like especially just like the direction of the feet filled in and the little bit of detail in the hands. And of course it is only 10 minutes, so I do not expect super detailed hyper pug stuff, you know. But I think so I see that they tried to break down the poses and the face proportions, which is very good to do. But when drawing from life, you might actually want to skip on doing some steps potentially and just try and like observe from life and then try to get your hand, brain, eye coordination just used to drawing from life without too many guides. Because guides are amazing when you're trying to put together a full and complete like illustration. But when it comes to studying specifically, sometimes you might actually not want to use those guides. Guides are really amazing and super helpful, and please use them in full illustrations and stuff because it'll help you keep everything aligned. But when you're doing studies, you don't necessarily have to use them. Especially when you're on a limited clock. Because, like, I could, let's see. I could, for example, I could do this, right? I could do funny face with lots of guides. It's like, oh, the hair goes down this way. Cool. Because I could use guides, or I could just, like, not use guides. And if you get used to not using guides, you're gonna get a lot better at not using them. It can just be, like, really helpful in the end. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I also think I had a stretch from 10 minutes ago and a hydrate, so I'm gonna double hydrate. Okay, double hydrate, and I'll do a stretch that I totally forgot to do 10 minutes ago. Sorry, shapeshift. If I don't do something, you guys are free to yell at me. Okay. Is it on your days off? Yes, please. It's really helpful. I need to do more life studies, honestly. Da-da-da. With guides, it looks less lively. Without guides, it looks more lively. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's actually a thing that can happen a lot with art, and it's something that I've experienced myself as well. Sometimes I will get very hyper-focused on making a very specific pose, and in doing that, I end up making it very stiff. And although it may end up being technically more accurate to the proportions, it ends up losing that little extra artistic oomph, you know? So, like, what's a good example? So if I try to focus on making a pose, right? And I block it out. Like, it's still decent, right? Those are like long ass arms, but don't worry about it. It's like, it's still decent. But if I just like go really fast. And I don't use any guides. It can just end up looking a lot livelier. Even if it's not as like necessarily well thought through. So it's just knowing how to like practice and just do things swiftly. Some people have long arms, very true. That's another thing. That's another reason why it's a little difficult to correct proportions and stuff if I don't specifically have the reference images. Because some people just have some wonky anatomy, bro. I'm one of those people. I have very, very bendable hands and fingers. I can bend my fingers back unnaturally far. So I can make some very interesting hand poses that look absolutely wrong if you draw them. But they are, in fact, correct. Okay, some main notes would be... probably just less breakdowns. I think that would be the overall take for this one. Just try to be more flowy with it. Which, again, they are really good with doing the very quick ones, especially. Love freaking out teachers by flexing double joints on my fingers. Me too, dude! It's so fun! It is so crazy. They get so freaked out. I always end up, here, I'll open a new canvas for this. One thing I used to love doing was going up to, like, my teachers or something, or just, like, any person ever, and I used to be like, hey, man, like, you should try, like, bending my thumb back. Because, you know, normally if, you try to, like, rotate your thumb, here, we'll just, like, sure, this is a hand. I'm lazy. So one thing I like doing is, like, you should bend the tip of my thumb back. Because, you know, normally you, like, bend your thumb back and it's like this, and it doesn't really do that kind of thing. But, if you try to bend my thumb back, it goes like this. And there's very little resistance to it. It is a very fun thing to do. Also, yeah, I could probably do a pretty interesting, like, shadow figures with my hands. If I learned. Because, like, Because, like, I don't know if you guys can do it. I'm, like, looking at my hand right now. But I can, like, make my hand do, like, this shape. So it's, like, my thumb. And then I can make one finger bend up. And then I can make the other finger, like, bend down like this. And I can make, like, kind of like an eye shape with my fingers. But this is why it's like, I can't reference my own fucking hands for jack shit, bro. Because I just have some weird fucking fingies. Cool and scary? Yeah. I got quirky hands. Have the exact same double joint? Let's go. A lot of the coolest poses break anatomy rules anyway. Exactly. See, that's the thing. That is exactly the thing. You need to know the rules to break them, right? So you need to study so then you can exaggerate things. And you can be like, yeah, it might look more like this, but if I do it more like this, then it just looks cooler, even if it's not realistic. Because fuck being realistic. We don't need realism in art. We can have fun with it. But realism is good to learn from. It is very, very good to learn lighting and just how things behave in general. Hold your pinky with middle finger. Oh, I could do that. Or I guess depending on what you're specifically referring to. Because I just tried to like grab my pinky with my middle finger, so now it looks like... Hold up. God, this looks fucked. My hands are like from a creature, bro. Over, under? Okay. So the way that I interpreted that was... So here's my index. Also, this is good hand practice for me, I guess. And then here's the middle finger. Here's the next finger. And then here's the pinky. And my pinky does this weird fucked up upwards angle that looks very, very unnatural. And then my other finger's just kind of going crazy in the background. So like this part right here is my pinky. And it goes over that finger. This pose, yeah, I can do. Yeah, I can do some interesting things. Hands are wild. Did 30 minutes and then power went out and clip only recovered the first two, so I just did quick poses and did random ones. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. That is very understandable, Amiya. Drawing hands so fast? That's just because I've practiced a lot. I've practiced just specifically doing quick hands. So I just have to like look at my own hand and go around them. It's not 100% perfect, but it gets the idea down. Hands are still the final boss in every drawing of mine. Dude, I have good hand days and I have bad hand days. Sometimes I can like just really just whip up a badass hand, and then other days I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm drawing a fucking potato. Okay. Let's go boot up Amiya's art. Also, you're one of the few people that put your name on it without me having to put your name on it. Let's go. It's not a requirement. It just makes it nice and easy. Also, I love the little cheap. The cheap is so cute. Missed my homework? Yeah, I think it's been 2 since yours. Yeah, yours was back here. Honestly, there wasn't really much I could offer other than potentially just making your stuff like one line rather than this sketchy back and forth kind of lines. Not that I'm perfect, because I still do like sketchy back and forth lines too, especially on the fast ones. But it can really benefit you just to do very clean, simple lines, even if it ends up looking a little wonkier in the beginning. So like something like this instead for the leg, even if it's not perfect, because you can always go back later and like make it tidier if you really, really wanted to. But that was like my main critique. I also love the art on this one, the coloring. And I also love the shading on this one too. It's really, really good. But yeah, it's really hard to critique specifically figure drawing, so it's more so that I'm kind of critiquing the techniques usually. But no one here has broken their fingers. I have never broken any bone in my life that I know of. Knock on wood. Something I feel off doing? Yeah, it takes a lot to get used to. It's really, really hard, but it can be really, really beneficial. Because not only is it faster to do this than this, but it also just gives an overall cleaner look, and it gets you more confident with your line work. and just like how you do strokes in general. Also, thank you for the hydrate hoodies. Thank you. Guess I'm the unlucky one here. Also, hydrate or dihydrate teach. Yeah. Give me a new path to try something new. Yeah. That's my goal, okay? The goal is just to try things, okay? Because one thing that happened with me, I actually got irritated at my teacher for this, but I'm also grateful because my teacher was actually great, so I should have listened to her. So I used to draw, and I used to go light to dark, right? So I used to start like light, and then I'd go like into darkening things. And I was like, this is how I want to do it. And then my teacher was like, you should try going dark to light. And I was like, I don't like dark to light. And then I totally ignored her for like probably a year or two. And then I eventually started doing dark to light. So it goes like, you start with like your darkest colors, and then you do light after. And it just ended up working so much better for my brain. It's just a matter of like doing things differently, right? And just seeing like what works for you. So like I went from doing and like neither technique is bad. You just sometimes one might work better for you. And sometimes you might just want to switch back and forth. Sometimes I do light to dark and sometimes I do dark to light. But I have a special fondness for dark to light personally. Add a ruler? Okay, I can see if I can find one. I just do medium to light to dark. That too. There are many, many ways to do it. Have to try dark to light. I really, really like doing it. One thing that did happen is when I did try switching to that is my compositions tend to be on the darker side rather than the lighter side, but I personally enjoy that. But it's just learning to like look at things differently is the main takeaway. Let's see if I have a ruler. Okay, I don't have a ruler. Let me go get a ruler. While I ignore my cat being a menace on the side of my desk and potentially crossing in front of my camera. Okay, let me go grab a ruler. Let's see. Transparent ruler, there we go. And then save. Sorry, it takes a second to get any new pictures. Okay, here we go. Almost there. Ruler time. I'll stick it between the goods. There we go. Oh, or I could do the other thing. Do that too. I know one of these toggles is my arm. Where is it? One of these days I'll remember. There we go. There we go. Now I'm just holding on. Is that the cutest of fellers? That do be me. Do dark rim before light? Yeah, I always like doing dark before light. I don't know. It makes more sense to me. It's easier for me to see where light interacts on dark than dark interacting on light. How often have you had to draw armor or mech robots? Try to keep those off limits for myself, so detailed. Not very often. Not because like I fear doing it or anything. I've definitely done commissions with like full fucking armor, but I don't get commissioned to do it very often, and if I do, there is a additional charge for that. Because, like, I do like studying, like, metals and stuff specifically. But armor, it's just like, ugh, it's just a lot of work. It's very, very detailed work because everything needs to, like, line up and, like, mesh well together. But I've definitely done, like, a little bit of it. I'm not too scared of, armor anymore. Or mechs. If anything with mechs, it's all the straight lines that, fuck me up. Not too often either, only when I want to make, protogens and non-canon protogen species. Fair, fair. Even when you draw those things chibi, there's so many details you gotta include. Sometimes you can get away with very minimal detail on chibis. Okay, let's hop into Amya's art. So one thing I really love, this one stands out to me a lot, just because like you have like the little bit of detail of like the hair and everything as well, which I don't believe any of the other ones have. And of course, I do know that you lost some of your work, which is super devastating. But I will try to give the best critique that I can. So I think the thing from earlier also applies to you, where it's just like, try using long strokes rather than short strokes. Just because it can be very good for just learning. Oh, One thing I do notice is that it looks like you do have a good understanding of like where the line of action is. Because I do see you drawing like a line here like for the spine, for example. And a lot of the time, the line of action will just follow the spine. And there can be multiple lines of action as well. So like, for example, in this one, there's like one here, and one here, and one here. I also really love the perspective in this one. You can tell that the upper portion is significantly closer than the lower portion. It's kind of like they're doing a crawly motion. And I do like that you tried to include a little bit of detail on the hands as well. Because I think that really sells it. Because if you just did, like, balls, it wouldn't hit as hard. So I really, really fucking like this one a lot. And again, I love the chibi. I know that's not part of it, but, like, I love the chibi so much. Perspective's my one and only art flex. You pull it off very well. It is very, very, very well done here. Especially considering, like, I know it's really, really quick, too. So, like, you really got that shit down. But yeah, I'd say, yeah, I'd say the same advice for like the two. So doing the long stuff and maybe focusing on the outlines a lot too. Because you'll also have more time if you only do one pass over everything as well. It might be a little difficult to start with, but it can be very, very handy. You don't really have too much to say other than that, though, because it's just a very well done job. Also, thank you for the hydration. Thank you. Much appreciated. Da-da. So much homework to go through. So much. Okay. We can move on to C-dubs. So I actually really, really love that C-dubs basically does the thing that I suggested with doing like the one line. So their lines are a little bit crunchy. I'm not sure if that's just file size or if it's from photos, which is fine. That's fine. You're allowed crunchy lines. Crunchy lines are a vibe. But I really like just how much they really simplified things down. Because this is just a good way to learn like how the body moves in general. Because they don't include any of the unnecessary details and they just end up capturing the overall idea of the poses. So I actually really, really, really fucking love the quick ones. Because you're not meant to get too much detail in those. Even if it is nice if you can include them. Did the one line, yeah! Which is a really, really, really good art practice. They seem to fall away from it in the later ones. So I think my main critique would be to have more line confidence like you do in these ones. Because even though it's really good to learn ways to break down the body, I would just recommend just drawing what you see instead. Because when you start trying to break down the body, you can end up breaking it down not necessarily accurately. So you can see that they did use balls like for the joints, for example, which is a good method. But because they used the ball, they ended up shrinking the shoulder really, really tiny. Where if they like did like outlines, I feel like they would have potentially gotten it a bit more wider and accurate. And again, that's only a guess. Bro could have the tiniest little shoulders in existence. It's definitely possible. But I feel like there would be a little bit more width here. Especially since it looks like they might have a very fit physique as well, just based on the body. So many amazing styles. I know, there's so much. I love it so much, dude. Additionally, it looks like the legs on this one are very short. So I would try to focus also more on just overall proportions. So that's another thing that just doing like the outline and one line can help with. Because if you make a really, really tiny leg, right? Then you're like, that's not quite right. And then you can just be like, okay, maybe it's longer, maybe it's down here. But when you try to like break it down specifically, you just throw it off like a lot. Also, yeah, Zavasa already did work. This one was Zavasa's. They did a very good job. Very detailed, honestly. And I also just love the little circle edition, too. Little flares are nice. Okay, I thought it was an hour. I wasn't sure, but I was pretty sure that was an hour on yours. Just because of how much detail you managed to get in specifically. Okay, also this one, I'm not too sure what object they're interacting with. If it's like a tube or something. Not that that's like super, super important. But I would also potentially try to focus on doing just cleaner overall work. Even if you have to sacrifice detail for it. Because right now it's a little bit difficult to tell whether the arm is going down and up or whether the arm is going upwards and something is hanging down. Because readability is also something you want to keep in mind with your art. If your art is not easily readable, then it's not necessarily bad, but it can just really help with the overall appearance of things. I do like that they shaded in the hair, though. Could be rough, but also could be one of those gym things. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what it is, but that's okay. And that's another reason why it's like a good thing to sometimes ignore guidelines, because like just look how much cleaner this looks without it. And how much more easily readable it is compared to having the sketchy lines on the inside. Also, I'm gonna assume that that arm is downwards because I think it's going down. Makes the most sense. Last one looks like Dad from Crudes. I don't know Crudes. But yeah, overall, I really, really love this. They definitely got the motions down, even if they don't necessarily have the proportions down. But the proportions are pretty good on most of them. I think it's just this one, legs got a little squishy. And a cause of this, which I'm not sure if it is, a thing that can cause this is if you are working on a sheet with minimal space. So for example, if you're trying to draw here and you end up drawing the head like too big, it's like suddenly you can't fit it in. And then sometimes your brain wants to just try to fit it in anyway. And then things end up like wonky. Because you're like, oh no, I don't want to redo the head and stuff. So it's also very important to make sure you have enough space on your page. Which another thing that that can help with is the line of action, actually. So for example, yeah, we'll use this one. So if we did like a line of action compared to our photo, our line of action might actually be longer than this. And then it's like, oh, okay, I see that it gets cut off, so maybe I should work a little higher up, and then I'll have all the space. Drop it on Twitch live chat? Yeah, let me see. Oh, that dude! Oh my god, you're so right. I can see the vibe. Okay. So that one was C-dubs. And there we go. Oh god, I have to sneeze. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you for the hydrate. And thank you for the stretch too. There we go. Hydrated, stretched. Thank you for the blessings as well. And stretch and twist the wristies. Someone wants to throw pepper at you? Potentially. Who's the prankster? Okay. Who is after C-dubs? Axer ended up doing some more, so I will go over Axer's next one. What was Axer's last one? This one. Okay. So since I already did one, I'll do this one relatively fast in comparison, because I want to be fair to everyone when possible. And give everyone somewhat the same kind of attention. So this one I'll mostly just focus on the last one. One tiny complaint isn't in the actual art, but the size of it. It is very, very tiny. So if I go up to 100, this is the actual size of it, and it's very hard to critique on that level, and also it is very difficult to work on that level. So if this is the size that you are working on, I would highly recommend using a larger sized canvas if that's possible for you, if your PC can handle it. Because when it's really small, you can only fit like so much detail in here. When in comparison, if you have like a large ass arm, then you can fit like all the detail. Where I would not be able to get any of that if I went smaller. Also, thank you for the head pats. Thank you. How bad was the first one? It wasn't bad. It was not bad at all. Let me go back to it. It was this one. My main critique also carries over to the next one as well. But basically, the main critiques were just I really like how you did like your lines. Everything was very smooth, which is really good. Because a lot of people tend to do this little backwards scratchy motion, which isn't necessarily bad, but it can just help to do a clean version. And then it also seems like you're trying to like break down the body a bit, which is fine when you're doing like illustrations specifically. When you're doing figure drawing, I would potentially maybe recommend avoiding certain guidelines. Sometimes it depends, just because like it takes more time to do those guidelines compared to if you just like draw like really quick from what you see. And drawing specifically what you see rather than using the guidelines can help get your brain to like get that muscle memory down as well. So in the future, it'll be a lot easier to do stuff without guidelines. And then when you do use guidelines, it just helps you all the more. Because if you're used to being able to draw, like, I don't know, a leg, right? And then you get used to, so if you're already used to this, then when you use, like, guidelines, then it's just, like, easier. And you end up, like, not having to use as much because you're just used to drawing the body alone. Using them every time, kind of used to just doing that. Yeah, that's the thing. So when it comes to art, it's very easy to fall into the trap of I do X thing because I'm used to doing X thing. Not because X thing is necessarily the best thing to do, but just because you're used to it. And that's a really dangerous trap because it prevents you from doing things in a different way, which can teach you new strategies and potentially help you think about things in a different way that can end up improving your art in ways that you would not expect. Yes, explore out of your comfort zone. Which is why I did like this doodle right here, where it's like I used a little bit of guidelines to do the pose, but when I compare it to like the one without the guidelines is a lot more flowy in comparison because I'm not boxing myself into those guidelines. It's very easy to get distracted by guidelines and end up making things feel a lot more stiff than they need to be. Where in comparison, if you draw things just very flowy, then you might not necessarily be as accurate, but you can get like a lot more life sometimes. But I do really like how most of your lines are not scratchy. That is something that I really do like. And it's something that a lot of artists have a lot of trouble doing. So that's a really good sign, for lack of a better word. And also, I would potentially focus more on the silhouette as well. Because you can see with this, you can kind of see which way the foot is going, but not really. So if you focus more on like the silhouettes and stuff like negative space, it can help you overall with like your proportions as well. Guilty for not doing one line? You don't have to. It is a good technique, but it is not always mandatory. It is simply a good thing to try and practice because it can really, really help your line work especially. And then again, pretty much everything I said also applies to this one. So I apologize that I can't give you like a more in-depth feedback. It's hard enough critiquing figure drawing in the beginning just because it is so fast and there's so little detail already. So I can only really comment on like techniques mostly or approaches. Helped me realize how hard doing something new has become for me. So it's hard. It is really, 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 really hard to do something new. But that's the point of the homeworks. I like getting people to do something new that they might not do otherwise, right? Because that's so I did like 1 year of art school at my university and then I did a year abroad like in Japan and then I dropped out and didn't finish my degree. But for that first year, the main thing I learned was that I just wasn't challenging myself, right? I was just drawing whatever I found fun, but I wasn't really learning as much about the fundamentals of art, like shading and stuff. And you just really, really have to learn to break out of your comfort zone and try doing things differently in order to learn more. Which unfortunately, yes, does potentially mean studying backgrounds, which are, ugh. But it gets easier over time. Anything you do for the first time is going to be hard, it's going to be difficult, it's going to take you a while, it's probably not going to turn out how you want it, but the more you do it, the easier it gets. And that is the main takeaway. Ba, ba, ba. Only at work, only Hebrew about 15 minutes break. I am overjoyed that you chose to spend your break with me. I hope work goes well when you get off your break. May it be a comfy break as well. Art is non-stop improvement. Very true. Okay, now let's. So this one is a compilation of multiple images. It's definitely easier if it's all in one for me, but I can try my best. So this is by It's by Zenelia. That's mine? Yeah! Okay. So the main thing I do notice is that the way you're breaking down the body is not very reminiscent of IRL bodies. So the proportions here, for example, are very off. There's also no definition of the body. So for example, it's better to do stuff like this, for example, rather than ovals, because ovals are tricky. They don't convey very much information. They're good for placing where things should be, but that's usually about it. They're not a very solid guideline. In general, honestly, cubes and squares and rectangles are usually a little bit better of a indicator. Of course, everyone does things differently, but the main reason that rectangles are good is because you can break a rectangle down into longer, like, smooth things as well. But using ovals alone isn't really the best approach. Look like human dolls or plushies? Yeah, it gives me... It reminds me a lot of the artist dolls, which are honestly pretty trash. I highly do not recommend them unless you're willing to spend money on a very expensive one. But it reminds me of like these kinds of dolls that you always see in like the artist stores. They're honestly really garbage. They don't hold poses very well. And they're not very good at indicating the form either, which is why it's very, very important to learn from life specifically. Gave it a try. First time, was watching TV at the same time. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with combining art and other activities at the same time. When it does come to figure drawing, considering you have very, very limited time, it's usually best that you put all your focus into that for the time that it does last. Especially because, again, you're only getting like 30 seconds or like 1 minute to sketch these down, and if you end up spending 30 of that looking at TV, then you only have 30 seconds left. So it's definitely better to make sure that you have like the time, just so that you can like actually put all your effort into the studies. I do really like this one. I do like that even though the guidelines are very, very simple, you can still see the perspective just by like how big everything is. But I'd really, really recommend trying either like the outline technique or just like trying to really just sketch in all those details. Because right now, the oval for the head doesn't give us any information. Honestly, even an oval and like a plus shape for like where the face is pointing can tell us a lot. And of course, even better would be something like... Also, that's probably not to scale, but just a tiny little bit of information can really make all the difference in how your art is like communicated. And I think the same also generally applies for here. The one thing I do like is that when you are drawing shapes, you are actually using a continuous line, which is, as we've discussed a few times this stream, is very difficult if you're not used to it. Because a lot of beginner artists especially will end up doing this scratchy line, which honestly, I also still do scratchy lines sometimes, especially when I'm sketching. But it can be really good just to get used to doing one clean line. So that's a really, really good art habit that you already have. And I think that's mainly the feedback that I can give for now. But thank you very much for participating in homework. I appreciate everyone who puts in the time to do the homework and submit it. It is scary, dude. Submitting art and getting critique on it is scary. So I have very, very high respect for everyone who participates in the homework, and I appreciate you guys a ton for doing so. And I commend you all on a job well done. Homework is fun. I'm glad. You're like probably the only one ever to say that, but like, I'm glad. Okay, and now we can move on to biome. Okay, and then biome. Enjoyed homework assignment, rectangles, if I see this assignment again. Okay, so the takeaway wasn't necessarily rectangles. That's just a good way of breaking things down. What's a really, really good idea is, here, let me just grab a fucking random photo. So, Let me grab this. I'll do this just before I move on to biomes. So what I would suggest instead of doing what you're doing, which seems to be this, which is also valid. Like, if that's how your brain works, that's also okay. So instead of doing this, I would personally recommend doing something more like this, where like you draw the shapes. And it's not necessarily going to be very good at the beginning, because again, you're going very speedy. And some things may be off proportion, especially because I didn't do any initial guidelines, but that's just because I'm gonna go speedy, preferably. But just learning to draw exactly what you see rather than what you think you see. Because breaking things down is handy, but if you don't know how to draw the thing that you're breaking down, then it's a lot more difficult. So I would personally do something more along these lines. Which still looks pretty wonky, but you know, it's fast. Also, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, thank you. Something really pulled me out of my comfort zone. Hate doing things fast. Yeah, that's why it's really good practice. Because it's meant to get you out of overthinking it, right? Also, let me stretch. Felt like I started the timer when I looked over and like it had 3 seconds left. Me too, dude. Trust me, I feel it. Figure drawings are stressful and I'm just like, ugh. Curves of the muscles in the drawing I'm noticing too. Yes, exactly. You want to get all the tiny details, and just focusing specifically on like the outlines and stuff is really helpful. Like one mistake I can notice already is that there's actually like negative space here. Here, I'll do it in red. So there's actually negative space here, and you can see I didn't include that on my art. So that's a fuck up on my part. Because there should be a tiny little bit of space here. But it's just learning how to also, there's some there. There's some there, and there's also technically a closed bit here as well that I also missed out on because I was going very fast. So you can tell just by doing that alone that this arm should be moved over here. And I'm doing the bad habit of sketchiness as well. Da-da-da. And I say it's a bad habit, but it depends. Because the thing is, what I do with my art specifically is I kind of carve my lines. So I'll do like messy lines like this, but then I'll like carve it out after. Because that's like how I like to do my process. So just remember that nothing is inherently good or bad when it comes to art. It's just how you apply it. So try not to get locked too in on any tips that I do give. Because that's like another really big artist trap, is being like, oh, you should never shade with black. And then you never do, but then you would have never gotten like certain looks that you would get otherwise. Dev just said, now we're just lazy, and then sent a picture of the units called lazy and said this was our last meeting. Oh, God. Okay, get back to work. Yeah, of course. I am always happy to give tips. May work go well for you. Also, hello, Pantsu. Hi. Hope you're having a good day today. Okay, now we can move on to biomes. Sorry, I get so distracted whenever a good old yap session pops up. Okay, so the thing I do love, especially with the quick ones, is you do, in general, manage to get most of the pose down. Like, I can tell that this is, like, even with a very, very minimal detail, I can still tell that this is, like, arms behind the back, right? And that they're, like, facing away. And I can tell, like, that this guy is, like, lying down. So I really, really love that. The thing is, like, with figure drawing, you don't have to be perfect. It's nice if you can include all the details, obviously, but considering the limited amount of time, the most important thing is just getting the overall idea down. And, like, you do an insanely good job of doing that with very, very minimal line work. I would like to see a little bit more line work, but, you know, it is very, very, very fast. So, I also do not expect it. And then, I'm not too sure what happened with this one. That's probably the main one that I'm confused on. Because it feels like the first few here have a little bit more detail than the rest. But I do like that you're going, like, around the body. And that you're getting, like, most of just the important details. Again, I'm not too sure what this one is. It looks like it could be, like, a crawling, maybe. If I were to guess. But I don't see too much body stuff, so I can't really tell on that one. These ones, though, I really, really like, because I like that, again, even with the minimal detail, you can tell that something is being stretched here, and just the pose is overall very strong. And you can tell that they have, like, a thicker body type as well. So you're doing really, really good at getting the overall ideas down. But again, it's also really hard to critique the fast ones, so we'll just move on to the longer ones. Last ones seem to focus on the face mostly. Yeah, that's one thing I really do like. I have a bad habit of ignoring the faces. I have a really, really bad habit of that, so I do really like how much detail that you put in the faces. Because I can definitely, like, get the vibe of this guy. And also the facial anatomy in general is really good as well. So is the body anatomy as also. And I can also tell that you tried to do, like, a little bit of shading here, which I also really like. I think the advice that I keep giving people this session can also apply here, where when you do have a little bit more time on the timer, because, like, okay, you could definitely do, like, sketchy, quick stuff with the short timer. But the cleaner your lines are and the less lines you have to make, the faster you're going to be and the more detail you can get in there. You're really hung up on details, which is a huge problem for me. That's fair. It's really hard to look at the overall picture rather than focus too much on details. But I think something that would benefit you would be trying to be a little more deliberate with your lines. So just trying to really slow it down, because even though you're on a timer, you can still take things slow, even though it's stressful. But it might be a good idea for you to just try to really cleanly block things out. And it's okay if you end up messing up sometimes. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not like a billion-hour art fest, you know? And ultimately, of course, it depends, like, what you want to specifically learn. Because you can absolutely just, like, do specifically just the faces on everyone if you wanted to just practice faces. Or you can just do the entire body and ignore heads if you really wanted to, though I recommend paying attention to both, preferably. Another technique, which I have suggested to other people as well, I find it helps with not getting hung up on textures or details. But it's very... Not everyone likes working this way, but you could also try working from silhouettes and then filling in the details after and carving it out, maybe. Because you could also do it like this. And I personally have a very big preference for doing work this way, just because you end up getting the overall idea down very, very, very fast. And then you can end up seeing like what details you can still add in. So you could like do this, and then like you could like carve out the chest a bit. But it definitely takes a little bit of practice to like try to get used to this workflow as well. But it's definitely something to think about if that's of any interest. Because I always just found it easier this way than pure sketching, to be honest. Need to do more of these because my normal style of drawing, I blot and carve more. Yeah, I love carving with stuff, dude. It just, I don't know, it just feels a lot more natural to me. And that's why I say, like, even though I, like, praise, like, doing one-line stuff, like, it's not gonna work for everyone. Not everyone's brain works that way, and that's okay. It's good to force yourself to try to do new things, but if at the end of the day you don't like doing something a certain way, just don't. Art is, like, very cool with that. You can just kind of do whatever. There is no right, there is no wrong. I can just give potential things you might want to try if you feel like it. Otherwise, the world is your oyster. Kind of building it up. Yes, that's how I prefer to work. Also, I realized that my fucking fat-ass head was covering half of that. But building things up just works significantly better for me and my brain and my experience. Which is actually how I did... Here, I have to scroll all the way back. Hold up. Which it, So building it up is how I actually did this one, and I did that in 10 minutes. Did it very speedy. The only thing I didn't do in 10 minutes was add the little bra coverings, and that's specifically just to make it Twitch appropriate. I just did that today as a quick edit. But I really, really like building things up. Drop something in art chat that I did last 45 minutes. Kind of functions like what you're describing. Let me see, let me see. Let's see. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm describing. I can see how you're carving it out. I love that so much. That pose is also really strong. I love the scythe. It is really pretty. But yeah, that's like pretty much the vibe that I'm going for. Or what I'm trying to explain. Because there's so many ways to do things. And again, it just depends on like what you want to improve. So if you want to specifically improve your line art or like your line work in general, then absolutely stick to just doing your lines with your studies. If you want to focus more on shading, then feel free to just like try to do the figure stuff. If you want to focus just on faces, just do that. Or if you just want to focus on hands, just do that, etc., etc. It is up to you how you practice. I just simply give the resource. So that people know it exists. Okay. And then we have Songbird, and then we can move on to some image critiques, because I believe we got a few of those as well. Oh, I am blasting through the homework today. Holy fuck. Normally I take a lot longer. But again, there's not as much stuff I can really comment on when it comes to figure drawing, which I did know in advance. But we are going to do songbirds. Also, I'm going to do a quick thing, which normally I wouldn't do. I'm just doing this because I have a little bit of difficulty making out the white on blue. So I'm just going to make it black on gray instead. This is a little easier on me. It's a little crunchier, but that's okay. Last one's so cool. Yeah. I really, really love how that one came out. Okay, let us move to the critiquing. Okay. So I really, really like how you can actually really clearly see that they're focusing a lot specifically on the line of action in this one. Because I believe that they did the circle first and then did this curve and then worked around it. Because doing a line of action will give you a general idea of how the pose should be. It's like the loosest kind of guideline you can really start with. And it's really, really helpful. So it just gets you started, basically. And I really like this pose because you can see the weapon and everything. And I really like that they did include the details on the hands as well. Because body language communicates so much. For example, you know, doing this gives a much different vibe than this, you know? So even something as simple just as hand language is very important. I also like that even though they do use guidelines, they do seem to do it relatively quickly, which is kind of what I tend to do as well, I believe. So you'll see, where is it? Where's a good example of where I do it? You can see I use very loose guidelines in this one specifically. So you can see this light gray here from the guidelines. I actually put it on a different layer underneath. But I just used very, very squiggly, quick lines to determine the pose. So those are good kind of guidelines. I know I kind of give like conflicting information back and forth, like use guidelines, don't use guidelines, but it's very situational. Background music's Pokemon? Yeah, yeah. How are you doing? I'm doing good, Vathra. How are you doing? Hope you're vibing. I do really like how they tend to break down the body, though. Because you can see with this line right here specifically, that is like that muscle that you have there. So you can tell that they're thinking a lot about the underneath anatomy. Because they also have this line, okay. So they have this line, which is a muscle. They have this line here, which is really good for indicating the rib cage. And they have a little bit of a booba here. But they also have like the line for like the spine / line of action. Could be either or. And they also tend to break down their legs as well. And they include where the joints are. And it seems like they also tend to account for where the kneecap is as well, which is really interesting. So instead of doing like this kind of shape for the leg, they actually carve out the top a little bit to allow that room for the kneecap, which I really, really like. Because that's the thing, you have to learn how to break things down in a way that works for you and your brain and just how you want to do things. Kept seeing your stuff on Blue Sky, glad to finally catch you streaming. I'm so flattered. I'm so happy that people actually find me on Blue Sky. Blue Sky is so much more chill than Twitter, bro. Twitter's a fucking cesspool. Weird because sometimes I use them, but they kind of feel stiff or janky. I think it's good. Because the thing is... So the thing with stuff feeling stiff is that when you do use guidelines, it's very, very easy for things to end up a little too stiff. I experience the same thing whenever I use too many guidelines and whenever I'm trying to be too perfect. But the thing is, sometimes you want a bit of that stiffness. So especially with this pose, since it's such a strong pose, having it be a little more on the stiff side, just a little bit, is actually a good thing in my opinion. Because it makes it feel a little more rigid and more powerful, if that makes sense. Where in comparison, if it was very, like, flowy, then it wouldn't feel like as strong, I feel. Like, it definitely can, but, like, there's a time and place, you know? So I think in some settings, it definitely does work. And I'd say the best way to get around things being too stiff is it's probably doing a very loose sketch and then, like, firming it up after. Or again, doing, like, silhouettes as well. Because especially for, like, some poses, just, like, doing the silhouette alone can get you, like, just a really good vibe. It can convey a lot of necessary information without having to rely too much on guidelines. Because it kind of works as its own guideline. But then it's not, like, as stiff because you're not, like, too locked into the lines. Because there's not really any lines, really. So it just depends on, like, how you want to try approaching things. Get what you mean? Yeah. It's all about just trying, like, different techniques and seeing what works. But I think that, like, even with you're using guidelines, I feel like you have just a very good idea of, like, flow in general. Because especially with, like, your final one, like, this pose is really fucking good. Because, like, you have the curve going, like, down here. And, like, even with those guidelines there, it doesn't feel stiff. Like, even the arm here feels very lax and, like, kind of laid back. And I really, really, really dig it. And then the subtle detail of, like, the leg being lifted up slightly is also very, very noticeable, and I really, really love it. But I think that's most of what I can say for you. Like, perspective, I dig it, right? That's what I'm saying, dude. I really, really, really love it. Da-da. Thank you so much. Of course! And thank you for submitting it. I've said it before, but, like, I have so much respect for you guys. It is very, very scary making art and submitting it and getting feedback. That shit terrifies me. I get so nervous of feedback. Oh. So thank you guys so much. Okay, I'll try to respond to everyone now with the homeworks. So let's see. Let's see if Discord wants to allow me to send pictures now. Actually, I don't know if I even I didn't do that many extra sketches, really. Well, I'll send it anyway. Okay, this one was Bush Babies. Okay, Discord still doesn't want to let me send images, rip. Thanks for feedback. Of course. I really love doing critique and feedback. I feel like sometimes I don't do a very good job sometimes, but I try to give as much information as I can. Da, 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 da. Okay. So I'll move on to doing some art critique specifically. So I'll just load this up. Critique and feedback are really amazing. Very much appreciated. I'm glad. I try. I am not a licensed teacher or anything, but I do my best. Helpful and more important, it motivates to draw and grow more. I hope so. That is the only thing I want to do. I just want to motivate people to draw more and have fun. Drop something in art gallery. Let me see. Dude, that's so many! God, I love them all so much, Savasa. Dude, I have to bring this up because, like, I just, look at all the art Savasa has drawn of me. There's so many. I love it so much. And you can see, like, so much little, like, improvements in places. Should probably drop my drawings in the Discord. You should! Absolutely, please. And if you want critique on anything, or if you want to join the art classes, I need to get rid of Moobot. Hold up. Da, da, da. There we go. Goodbye, Moobot. I forgot to get rid of that last stream. My bad. Only listen to Sir. Oh. But yeah, for the Discord, make sure you opt into the art student role if you want to see the art homework and art critique channels. And you can just, if you want critique on anything, you can shove it in the critique channel and I'll do it on the same day that I do homework stuff if I have enough time/energy, which I usually do. Though this week we had so many submissions, holy shit. I did not expect that many people to do figure drawing. But I just like, I'm so, look at the improvement, dude. I still love the pose in this one especially. It is so fluid and the perspective is so good. No, you improve a lot because of yourself, Zavasa, because you put in the hard work and you did the studies and you put things in for critique and you get feedback and you're the one improving. But like, oh, it's so good. Oh, I've said it like a million times of us, but thank you so much. It really, like, it really just warms my funny little demon heart. Okay. Let's get back to critique vibes. Drawing with thumbs, that's crazy to me, dude. I want you to have a PC and tablet so badly because I think you'd fucking cook, bro. Okay, let's see. I'll critique it without the colors first. So, so the first thing I do notice is that the eyes are a little off center. This is a time when it is a good time to use guidelines when you're doing a full actual illustration rather than just figure drawings. So a very classic way of breaking down the head in general is to do a circle, a center line just to keep everything aligned, and then a line for the eyes. Now, everyone breaks things down differently. Some people do like a line here and then a line for eyebrows and then a line for nose and then a line for mouth. It depends on how you want to break things down and what works for you. So I can't tell you exactly how to break things down or what will work for your brain. But having these kinds of guidelines that you would then erase after once you work in pencil and then go to pen, doing these guidelines can just help you keep things aligned where they should be. So you can see that the eyes are a little slanted and the nose is a little high. But the overall quality of the art is really good. It is just proportions, really, and placement. And of course, this is going to be a little imperfect because I am just liquefying it. Because I like to show people that their art is good. It's just where you place things a lot of the time. And I should also make a backup of the original just so that I compare it. One sec. Critique. Plan to get a drawing tablet soon? Ooh, I'm curious. I'm curious what kind you're gonna get. Because you could definitely get, if you are used to using a phone, I feel like something like similar to an iPad could probably work for you, or like a Surface Pro. Though ideally, I would still recommend a full PC tablet setup, but it depends on your budget. Because I mostly know PC setups. And that's the main thing that I'm good at suggesting. But it's a little hard without knowing prices and stuff. Rides of Ozzy with a tablet is unstoppable. Okay. So you can see just by like meshing this around, it looks it's still messy because I liquefied it. But you can tell just by like doing this part alone, it just gives a much better idea of the face. So it's not necessarily drawing things wrong or anything, it's just where things are placed. So knowing how to place things a little more accurately will probably help you significantly in the long run. And like, if I did go over these... Trying to get a similar pen. Just trying to draw it where I think some details would be. It's hard because like I never want to like change anyone's art too much. I think that's probably good correction. I guess the only other thing would maybe be making sure the eyes are aligned. I do like all the detail that they did put into the eyes, though. That's probably like one of my favorite details of this. So making sure your eyes are aligned and just in their proper place. And then along with the mouth as well. So just by adding like a couple lines and using funny little liquefy, you change the vibe completely. Everything else has a good level of detail though. Dropped 10 fishies, art gallery, got 8 more fishies, still need to wait. Oh, let me see. So many little fish, they're so cute. I love them so much. I especially like the skeleton one. It's very cute. Don't worry for budget yet, because I wanted to buy a drawing tablet that I can really rely on and draw freely. Do you have any recommendations? Okay. See, the thing is... The thing is, I do always recommend people to use Clip Studio specifically because I really, really love Clip Studio. I'm not even affiliated. I do kind of want to try to get affiliated with them just because I do like them that much. But when it comes to tablets, I highly, really, really, truly recommend like Wacom tablets because they're generally pretty durable. The drivers are generally pretty good. The pressure sensitivity is great. They're industry standard generally, especially the really high-end ones. But even though the really high-end ones are really, really nice, and I do use high-end ones, you don't need the high-end ones. So just a cheap one of those is really good. The main thing I would specifically focus on would honestly probably be trying to get either a PC setup or a laptop setup to use one of those. I think Wacom does have standalone tablets that are also like PC stuff, but they're really, really, really expensive, and I do not know how good those are. And in general, I like to advise people to stay away from laptops if possible, just because laptops are just a pain. I've never had good experiences with laptops. If you're a really good computer-y person, all the power to you if you fuck with laptops. I find they get outdated like too easily, and then replacement parts are a pain and just blah. Stream up off a laptop, there's nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I just say, if you can, if it's in budget and you have the opportunity, it's generally better to go for a PC over a laptop. Like, you can absolutely work with a laptop, like I said, because Tsavasa's fucking working on a phone, bro. Which is insane. But I highly recommend a PC setup if possible. Even just a cheap PC would be really, really good. Working my way to a PC, when I get a PC, also plan to stream. That's really exciting, actually. I would love to support you when you stream, Zavasa. You better keep me in the loop when you do that because I want to support you. So let me hydrate and stretch too. Hydrate, stretch. Also using phone? That is insane to me, honestly. Actually fucking insane. Using Huion drawing tablet for PC laptop, not standalone, needs to be connected to a device. Under 300 works fine. Is your Huion display tablet or non-display? Like, does it have a screen? Because I also have I'm a Wacom stan. I always go Wacom just because of personal preference, even though they're a little more expensive, but it's what I am used to and it's what I grew up on, so I really love Wacom, despite their prices. But I do hear a lot of good things about Huion as well. They are a bit cheaper, which is obviously really good. They do perform generally pretty well. I haven't had the chance to try them out myself, unfortunately, so I can't personally 100% recommend them, but I do hear a lot of good things. So, and especially like upgrading from a phone, it's probably going to be a significant difference, and it's probably going to be a huge upgrade anyway. Got a bunch of cables and stuff because it's display unit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know display from Wacom is significantly more expensive. Wacom seems to be the Ferrari of drawing tablets. It is. I will not lie about that. Again, like the display tablets especially, because they do have cheap non-display. But when it comes to their display ones, they're very, very expensive. Like I love my Wacom 16. I would still buy it again even with the price. But it's very expensive. When you can definitely get a similar thing from Huion. But I'm just so used to Wacom and everything just works and it makes me happy that I'm willing to put in that extra money. You do not have to. But yeah, I would look like I said, I would really, really look into getting just a cheap PC setup so that you can use one of the PC tablets. Because I don't know which ones actually, if there are any that work with like anything like a phone. Because like again, you can also use something like an iPad, but the main reason I don't suggest that is specifically because you'd probably have to purchase well, you don't have to, but it would probably be nice to purchase a keyboard just so you can use all the shortcuts really easily. You can get used to like just touch shortcuts or whatever is in the thing, but it'll just increase your like overall workflow if you can use like keyboard stuff. Also, because with well, Apple products suck. I hate them. They're good. They do what they're supposed to do, but I fucking hate them. It's a personal bias, absolutely. But the other downside is that programs like Clip Studio Paint on the iPad, it's generally a paid subscription, which ends up making it cost a lot more over time. So in that regard, you're probably better off just putting that money into a computer setup or a laptop setup and then just buy the program flat out. Because otherwise you're just spending like $10 every month for just something you can get full price and then never have to pay again. So I really want to discourage iPad setups, even though they can be amazing. I do know some amazing artists that do use like iPad setups. I'm not sure if CO specifically uses an iPad, but I know that they do work on a tablet in general. So you absolutely can do that, but it is up to you. It's up to you and like what kind of thing you want to use. So it's really difficult for me to answer what kind of tablet you should go for, because I would just straight up recommend getting a PC first and then a tablet for that PC. Even if the PC isn't like super beefy or anything, it'll just make it so much better. Use IBIS when I want to draw and not home, but usually take sketches and finish them on PC. Reference was actually drawn entirely on phone. Oh, that's fair. I think IBIS is what CO might use, actually. It's either IBIS or I know there's a couple of others. I'm not really too familiar with the options for on the go. PC plus cheap Wacom tablet is how I started out. Yeah, that's exactly what I suggest. Even if you could get like a secondhand laptop or some shit and just a cheap Wacom, and I'm talking like the cheapest Wacom. Like you don't need, even though it's nice, you don't need the display tablet. I love my display tablet. I don't want to ever go back, but there is nothing wrong with non-display. It takes a bit of getting used to, but that's about it. And also, there's actually a benefit of non-display, which is with non-display specifically. So like if I draw, it's funny because I actually get to use the on-screen thing. You can tell if I'm working on the hair over here, right? If I was doing some lines here, I can't see what's going on here because my hand's covering it, right? But when you have a non-display, you don't have that hand in the way. You can see your entire piece all at the same time. So that is one benefit that non-display has over display. And the cheap Wacom tablets are really, really cheap. Like all things considered, really, really cheap. Less than 100 for like the really cheap ones. You can definitely get fancier with them, but honestly, I would just recommend getting like whatever the cheapest, probably like medium-sized or small if you want to go really cheap, and then just save up for like whatever tablet you really want in the future. Because ideally it would be great if you got it all just at the same time, but you know, beefy PC and then beefy display, very expensive. So it's absolutely okay to go baby steps and just slowly upgrade where you can. Yeah, Wacom Bamboo for 45 is absolutely perfect. I literally recommend just anything by Wacom. Especially, I will say especially their Intuos series. I've heard really good things. I haven't used it myself. I've mainly used their like old Bamboo series, and I've used my Cintiq for like literal years, so I haven't been in the buying market. But in general, Wacom is just really good, really reliable in my experience. I have to go now. Definitely watch the rest of the stream later. Excited to see your critique. Yeah, will do. Thank you for dropping by so much, Avo. Very much appreciated. Helps so much, of course. I am always happy to suggest. And if you ever want to like double check whether like a tablet is good, you can always put it in like art chat and be like, hey guys, I was thinking of buying this one. What do you guys think? And then I can try to give some feedback as well. I can't promise, but I'll try. Non-display XP pen for 2.5 still works great, no complaints. Exactly. I haven't tried XP stuff. Again, I've only ever really went with Wacom, and because I've always had such good experiences with Wacom, I've never really tried to reach out. So I personally recommend Wacom, but that's my personal bias. Of course, absolutely shop around and get opinions from other people as well. Learning curve of not looking where I'm drawing, but at the screen instead with a non-display had me getting ready to fight it out. Yeah, it definitely takes some adjustment. It takes a little bit of getting used to, and then changing like your pen settings to what works for you. Because some people like to lean harder, and some people like to lean softer. And then there's also stuff like protectors for your screens as well. So like if you don't want to scratch it, you could get like a smooth glass screen. But some people don't like the smooth glass; they like the textured glass. But if you get the textured glass, it like wears down your pen nib. So it's like it's a lot of trade-off. I'm personally a sucker for smooth glass coatings, which not everyone likes because they're slippery, but I like how slippery it is. Anyway, back to critiquing. I went on a whole little tangent. I think this hair should have also been out a little more, maybe, just to allow room for the hair over the skull. Can't wait to draw on PC and draw more Blaire at another level and do more non-stop. I can't wait either, Zavasa. I want to see you stream so bad. Anyone like using textures to help figure out different things, look and shading, like denim metal and stuff? Yes, absolutely. It's very good to implement textures into your work. I tend to be lazy, and I tend not to do it, but I definitely do it in some things sometimes, depending. But you can absolutely just grab like a jean texture and like shove it over a picture of jeans and then do some layer shenanigans. And then wham bam, you have denim texture. It's also good to learn how to DIY it. But the thing is with art is like, it depends on you. Some people like to completely DIY and some people like to take the shortcut, and there's nothing wrong with either approach. All ways of doing art are valid ways of doing art. Is that armor? I am not sure because I do not know the character. But yeah, these are the changes I would suggest for critique on that part specifically. And then you can see in the colored version. Let me just move some stuff around again. Mm-hmm. But you can see just how much like proportions and proper placement make a huge difference. Okay, so when it comes to just critiquing the color specifically, everything doesn't really have any shading, so everything is going to appear very flat because of that. So I would suggest using like a darker marker and going in and doing just like a little bit of shading, like here and there. Let me change this to multiply. Also doing this is a little difficult depending on what medium you're using. So if you only have, for example, like Crayola markers with very limited colors, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. But that's one thing, is that you can actually get into mixed medium. So you could actually start implementing stuff like colored pencils, for example, because colored pencils can be layered very easily. So if I just, I think I have a colored pencil tool here that should mimic it slightly. But basically you can learn to level things up if you start mixing in some other mediums as well. That's a weird looking thing. Whatever. I'll go back to my regular brush. Also, there's no shading on the skin, which is fine. But if you did want to do shading on the skin, then it would make it fit in a lot more. So not only filling in the skin, but doing like a little extra and paying attention to shadows and the like. And of course, this is all significantly easier and faster when I'm doing it digitally. But if you really want to stick with traditional art, then it's a good idea to look into different materials and tools that you can use. Especially if you want to work with markers, Copic markers are really good. I believe there's a good alternative to Copic that's a little cheaper as well, because Copics are notoriously expensive as fuck. But you can get very good results with, like, just anything, really, if you try mixing stuff up. I would also probably recommend filling in the eyelashes, depending on, like, what kind of style you go for. Just because then it'll, like, stand out all the more. Though there's definitely a style where, like, you don't fill in the eyelashes as well. And another thing you could potentially play around with is stronger line art as well. Because if your line art is really strong, it just makes everything else just pop. Because right now, when you look at specifically the line art... So if you look specifically at the lines, there's not really any line weight. Like, there's a little bit of it, but if you start making it so that there's, like, darker lines where there's shadows, things are gonna feel just a lot more lively and feel like everything has, like, a little more weight to it. Just getting, like, that line variation. And it's a lot of times, like, in, like, corners and shadows where it'll get, like, really dark and thicken up. But it depends on, like, what kind of style you want to go for. Because some styles, like, you don't really want to do fancy line work. But it's all up to the person. Do that, but also use pre-made poses with drawing clothes. Think it might be a staff? What might be a staff? Oh, you mean this part? Yeah, I think it might be a mask. I'm unsure. Traditional art is really cool. I love traditional artists. The arting is going well. Thank you, Forge. Finally sent all the fishes. Think the one you're looking for is watercolor brush pens. No, actually. Those are also a thing, but they're actually alcohol markers, is what Copics are. They're alcohol-based rather than water-based. But you can absolutely get watercolors as well, because watercolors can be built up very similarly. The main benefit of alcohol markers is that they dry very, very quickly, and you can layer them really well. Where with watercolor, it takes a lot longer to dry, so it's a much slower process. And a lot of people find watercolor to be very finicky as well. Meanwhile, with Copics, you kind of know like what to expect from your colors. And watercolor can you can sometimes vary it light and darker and yada yada. But there's a lot of materials. Do not limit yourself. Experiment things. See what you like. But yeah, I think main critique is just add in shading where you can when it comes to the colors. Because right now it just feels very flat when if you just add a little bit of stuff here and there, it gets a lot more visually interesting. Though it depends on what kind of style you want to go for. Some like anime style stuff is less detailed than others. Just depends on how far you want to go with things. Colors are pain, color theory is a nightmare. It is. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, Shapeshift. Okay. Okay, will Discord let me send things now? Because I would like it if it did. Only got here. How's stream going? Stream's going good. I'm vibing. Also, I love all the other fish you said, Shapeshift. They're so cute. Okay. Critique submission. Okay, this one will copy and paste. So why didn't the old ones want to copy and paste? Quirky. Okay, and then I can critique this one by Avo. Okay, so we only have some line work to work with here, but it is overall really good. So hello, Karak. Hi. Hope you're having a good day today. Yeah, Discord's being picky today. Being a little grumpy. Okay, so I think the main suggestions with this are probably similar to the last, where it really is mostly just proportions. We could also focus on line quality because we have a little bit of that sketchy line vibe, but it's not really like lines, so that's okay. Also, one thing that I do also notice immediately that can kind of be a bad habit, potentially, is see how this part's like really, really dark. So you did want the dark vibes, but it looks like you leaned really, really hard into the paper, so it's going to end up bending the paper a lot. It's less of a problem on thicker paper, definitely, compared to thinner. But you want to generally try to avoid warping your paper if possible. So maybe use some lighter pressure, and instead of leaning really, really, really hard to get it, maybe try just layering it a lot. It definitely takes a lot more time. Just being very gentle and just going over it and over it and over it until it's like dark is a better method. Also, another technique that I can also recommend would be to do the outlines first and try to do that really clean, and then work from the outline inwards if you're doing solid stuff, because then it keeps the outside intact, and it's a lot easier to not scribble outside the lines. Because you can see there's a little bit of unevenness around here. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sketchy styles exist. I like drawing in sketchy styles usually. But that's just one technique I would recommend. Circles are very good and scare me. How do you do them? If I hypothetically had something to share, where would I drop them? If you want to share art, you can drop, if it's something finished, you can drop it in the art gallery. If it's something that like you're working on in progress, you could drop it into art chat. If it's something you want critique on, you can drop it in the critique channel. But how do I do circles like this? It is just a lot of practice. I have drawn so many circles in my life, dude. And even then, I'm not as good at circles as I would like to be. Doing good today, relaxing. Hope y'all are well. Ooh, I hope you're enjoying your relaxing. Because I'm definitely enjoying my day today. Also, thank you for the follow, Veggie. That's such a cute name. Veggie, pew pew. But thank you for the follow and welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or any of that, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. We are doing some fun little art critique vibes today. We were doing figure drawing corrections, but those are all done. So we move on. One thing I learned most important art, I learned is shapes are your friends. They are. Shapes are absolutely your friends. That's a thing, actually. Like, that can also help you draw a better circle if you want. Because guess what? You don't have to draw a circle all in one go. If you want to draw a circle, you can also start off with a square, which sounds a little counterintuitive. But you know, we can all make a decent square, right? It's a little easier. You have those straight lines, you have those corners. But then guess what happens when you break a square down? So if we do this, and then guess what? Circle fit in square. And now we have a pretty pog circle, and then we can just erase the rest. Everything is made up of cube and triangle and circle. Learning how to break things down in a way to make it easier to draw is like S tier, bro. And guess what? If you wanted to turn this into a cylinder in perspective, you can do that too. I'm just doing this line because doing this line means that this is the center. And then if we put a square over here and a circle in here, then we line up these angles. And then wham bam, we have a cylinder in perspective, ladies and gentlemen and MBs. So it's just learning little tiny things like that. Hello, Black Iris. Hi. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day today. Just doing some funny art critique vibes. Okay, so the first thing I notice here is that the neck is a little thick. So I'm gonna narrow that down just a little bit. Because it tends to be mostly feminine characters that the necks are a little thinner on. And then we can do this. I should have did the head first rather than the neck. Just gonna change the proportions just a little bit here. We're gonna add a tiny little bit more space between the eyes, because generally there's about an eye's width of space between eyes. So it usually goes like this. And then there's usually one worth inside. Approximately. Depending on style, it varies a little bit. Looks like the beginnings of a magic circle. Fair. Have to go to bed now. Wish y'all a good night. Have a good night, Biome. Thank you for submitting your art and for staying so long. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest. In case you have 3 eyes, yeah. Okay, so we just add a little bit of space here. I'm gonna define the head just a little bit more. The hair could definitely be a little bit puffy, but I feel like if we just draw it in, it'll give that appearance of being shorter a lot more, because I think this is supposed to be like a puffier side on this side. If I got the vibe wrong, though, I apologize. And then you can either have that like curl in or like curve out, depending on like the character. Would also maybe move this over a bit too, just to make it more in the center, because it feels like it's a little off center right now, which may just be a hairstyle choice as well. Because that's the difficult thing, is sometimes I don't know what is intentional and what's a mistake. So that's also something to be cautious with when it comes to like my critiques and stuff. Is that I don't necessarily know exactly what you were going for all the time. But honestly, overall, this one's just like really good. It's just like minor touch-ups I would really suggest. And then the neck, which we did already. There we go. So really just like a couple of tiny proportion things, and that makes like all the difference. And then of course there's that little smudge there, but that happens with traditional art sometimes. Graphite can be very messy to work with. And I think that's all that we had to go through today, unless anything new has been submitted. Okay, here we go. Send this to Avo. Here we go. Can probably send all of the art homework as well. So let us close this one now that we're done with it. Gosh, and I still love all the stuff I Zavasa so much. It's always such a surprise to see. Okay, and we close this because we're done with this one as well, and we've already sent that. I can try sending this to Burp. Actually, no. I want to work the other way. I want to go in order, preferably. Because it's just easier on my silly little brain. Send a critique art if you're willing to critique a mecha. Absolutely. Feel free. Ooh, I love the outfit designs that you put in art gallery. And I love the proto gens especially. The jellyfish also is so cute. I love the texture that you used for it. Texture is so important when it comes to art. It's something that I tend to forget about sometimes. Sometimes my art ends up looking a little too smooth. Sent it? Thank you. I'm just gonna quickly send all of the homework submissions because I didn't do it earlier because Discord was yelling at me. So let's see. We start with Bush Baby. Okay, just doesn't want to send this one specifically, which is weird. Is it the size? Oh, it's the size. Oh, it's definitely the size. I didn't realize it was 8,000 by 8,000. My bad. That would make sense why Discord was yelling at me. Let us make it 50% of the size. And then I should be able to send it. 8,000? Yeah, 8,000. That's like that is high quality model level for like VTubing. Very large. I usually work on a 5,000 by 5,000 if it's not like for merch stuff. Okay, that's that one. And then here's Heroes. Again, I don't have that many corrections this time. I don't think I actually did like any corrections other than like adding this doodle to yours, Zavasa, but I will send it anyway. Most of the feedback is verbal. Ba-ba-bum. And then Axers. And then that was me just being silly. Amias. I don't think I actually added anything to Amias, did I? I did not. I apologize, Amia. Because it's a lot easier to critique the last ones. Hello, Hero! Hi, hi! How's their device alive? Oh, dude, I've worked on way bigger than that. Nice, really? Thank you, thank you. No matter how little it's important, I'm very appreciative. I'm so happy and thankful for it. I'm glad. I'm always so happy. Also, let me type out the response to Amia. Ta-da. Da-da-da. Forgot you streamed today? Yeah. I stream whenever I can, man. I try. Also, to be fair, this was supposed to be 2 days ago. And then it was not because my wrist was ouchy. Okay, and then we had C-dubs. So I respond with this. Health is important. Health is very important. It is the most important thing. Do not sacrifice your health for anything. Da-da-da. Okay, where is the first C-dubs? Because I thought this was the second C-dubs one. Maybe I accidentally closed C-dubs. Oops. That is a possibility. Sometimes I'm a little silly. Whoopsie. Missed homework? Watch VOD later. Yeah, yeah. What did I say for yours mostly? Trying to remember. I think it was mostly just focusing a little more on proportions specifically. You do really good overall. And maybe avoiding boxiness in limbs sometimes. And trying to follow the flow of the body a bit more. I think that was the TLDR of my feedback for yours. But yeah, go back on VOD and watch more specifically. I I didn't do any on this one. And I think this was the main sketch I had for this one as well. So I'm not sure if I went over everything. Let's see. Sorry, I'll move on to more critique after I send all these off. Okay, I did do a lot on these ones. Watching anime and lost track of time? Totally fair. Which anime, though? I'm curious. We get homework here only if you want it. It is completely optional. It is specifically art homework and just ways to practice. And I just give you some advice and stuff if you wish for it. It is never required and there's never any grades or anything. It is just whether you did it or not. Ba-ba-ba. Also, thank you for the follow, Black Iris. Thank you. If you are interested in the art homework or anything, you can join the Discord and opt into the art student role. If you don't care about that, that's also okay. Otherwise, I do also have Twitter and Blue Sky and that fun stuff. But again, if you don't care about that either, also a-okay. Osa Newbie Adventurer trained to death by the most powerful party became invisible. That is such a long-ass title. Holy shit. Okay, that's all of those done. Here we go. And then I can go back to critique submission. And we got 2 more to go. Let's go. I love getting new critique stuff. Mecha main idea is it's made like a junkyard full of destroyed mecha parts by a little girl who wants to pilot a proper mecha one day. I love that. I can't wait to move on to yours. But first I must do this one because we go in order. Fox? They do look a little bit foxy. Hello, Jacob. Hi, hi. Hope you're having a good day today. Okay, so let's see. Critique. Want to say hey before going to bed? And yeah, it's a long title I differently wrote. Not very fair. But if it is time for you to snooze, I hope you have a good sleep. How are you? I'm doing good. Just going over some stuff. Doing little bits of critique and art advice and all that fun stuff. Okay, overall, I love this pose. It is a very, very good pose. I also especially love the under booba. Very good detail. One thing you might want to consider is that with the under booba, if you have the cut specifically on the underside of the boobs, the other side of the fabric is probably going to actually be in like underneath the boobs. So it would be more like, one sec, I got a cough. Okay, I'm good. So instead of going like completely under, it would actually like just kind of, would probably just kind of disappear, honestly, depending on like where the fabric is. Also, it would probably be a little more straight as well. So I'd probably do it something like this. Because basically what happens is you have the fabric being stretched on this side and this side. So it's being stretched like in a vertical manner. And then if you take into account the curvature of the boobs, it's going to be a slight curve. But depending on how tight you want it, then I'd probably go with something more like this. And then you might have a bit of squish on the boob as well. It's gonna go like in and then out in a weird little like kind of bow almost. Because boobs are very squishy and flesh in general is very squishy. So I'd probably do something a little more like that. Maybe just a very slight curve. Because they do be 3D objects. And then you could also include like an extra line up here if you wanted just to show that there's boob here. But you can also just like do a straight fold as well. But yeah, if there's a hole here, then the boobs are gonna go through the hole and you're not really gonna see the back, really, depending. Clothing, fabric, wrap, understanding will help so much. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Another thing that immediately pops out is mostly just the angle of the hands. Hands are hard. Hands are always hard. It looks like... So a little bit of an interesting habit I notice sometimes with artists, especially when they're beginning and especially with hands, is you tend to end up wanting to convey all the fingers on the hand, right? So you have like all of them here. But a lot of the time, hand placement isn't that simple. A lot of the time, your hands are going to like obscure some of the fingers or you're not going to see all of it completely. So I would, well, first of all, I'd use an actual reference for it because that'll give you the most accurate thing possible. Otherwise, you just really want to pay attention to the 3D nature of fingers and not necessarily draw them all the time. And honestly, you can put the hand in like 1,000,001 positions. You absolutely can just have it like from the side instead if you wanted. So you could also just do it like that. But it's very just good practice to reference hands especially. Because just changing how the hands like flow can just change the overall feeling of the image especially. Hands? Yeah, hands. Happy weekend. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you, Breaker. Thank you. Had a hard time accepting not everything will be seen when you draw something, but now I learned to accept it. Exactly. It's so hard to like break out of the habit, but it's just really, really good to focus on what's actually natural. It's why learning from life is so important. Because a lot of the time you wouldn't like even imagine things moving differently. Because what you imagine isn't necessarily what's accurate to real life, because it's your imagination. And we get things wrong all the time. I get things wrong all the time, and I've practiced a metric fuck ton. And sometimes hands just look weird in positions, and that's okay as well. But yeah, this isn't necessarily an upgrade, but just stuff to pay attention to. Hands are hard. Hide fingers when you can, got it? Not necessarily, but sometimes you don't have to draw them all. Sometimes hiding fingers is the best thing you can actually do, just because it is what happens. Like if you put your hand like 100% completely vertical, you know, you're not gonna have to draw very many fingers. You're gonna have to draw like mostly your first finger, a little bit of your second, and you might occasionally have to draw like a smidge of the third or fourth. But, you know, depends on angles. 'Cause Or cut them and make them a pirate. That works too. No hands, only hook. Another thing I do notice, so without a reference, I can't say for sure, but if the leg is out further than the fabric might actually fall around the leg rather than over it. This depends on a lot of stuff like motion, the type of fabric, how stiff it is, where exactly the leg is placed. But a lot of the times it'll like sink in and like around that leg. And then this will kind of do the same thing. And then you just have a very, very flowy thing down here. And of course, make sure to account for stuff like tummy and all the flesh we have here. I usually try to avoid redrawing parts on people's pieces, but I just want to emphasize some stuff. But paying attention to how like fabric falls and interacts with the body is very, very good. Very good details. Like, because some fabric doesn't weigh that much to be pulled down. Exactly. So it's a lot easier, more easily affected by like wind and just airflow in general, or just any movements will cause it to move a lot. Which in comparison to something like leather is very stiff. So when it's like a thinner fabric, you really want to get all those like folds and flowiness in. Another thing, with the tail especially, I'm not sure like how long the tail is supposed to be, but you could probably just include like the tip of the tail somewhere, just so it doesn't disappear suddenly. Or have it outwards if you wanted instead. Or you could even, what's another placement that would be fun? You could even just do it like in front as well if you wanted. Or like going around the back as well. But overall, it's still pretty fine. I would just change the shape just a little bit maybe. Or maybe make use of some negative space and maybe do something like this instead. You could make a tiny bit of negative space here just to make the silhouette more interesting. But it depends on the type of tail. It's a very poofy tail, so. Otherwise, pretty much everything looks good. It looks like the eyes are supposed to be maybe closed. So if they are closed, I would actually move them. Well, I can just move them. Duh, I don't have to redraw that. So I would just, if they're closed, I would move them down just a little bit. Because right now, with them up, it looks like the eyes are meant to be open just by how high they are. So I keep thinking that the pupils are missing. But if the eyes are a little tiny bit lower down, they're going to give more of the appearance of being closed because they're further from the eyebrows and they're more around the center of the face. Because, like, if you close your eyes, they kind of go downwards rather than upwards. So it's like this rather than this. Just tiny things. I do fucking love that under boob though. Notice myself back then, I draw very tight, keeping everything inward, focusing on one thing instead of a bigger picture. Exactly. It's always the bigger picture. it's really, really, really easy to get lost in just the singular details of like the one part you're drawing, but you have to keep the entire thing in mind, which is a really, really big challenge, I find. And it definitely took myself a very long time to get used to it as well. Very informative, get back to it. Yeah, of course. I fucking love it so much though, dude. I try to offer as much good advice as I can. And again, I like trying not to touch things up as much. I like to try to keep things mostly true to their originals with just a couple touch-ups. Then we have the pastas! Gosh, just the way you do mix is just fucking insane to me all the time, dude. I cannot do mix. They are not my forte. But I really love this. Like, I really love this. I love just, like, how do I even word it? You're very good with 3D objects. And drawing them, like, together and linking together. It is very impressive, and I very much admire it. Like, for example, just, like, this shape. Like, where the back is, like, here, and it's just very clean 3D work. Or 3D looking work, if that makes sense. I also do love the weight variance in your line work. It feels a little sketchier, so I feel like it could definitely be a little cleaned up. But I assume this isn't the end goal right now. So I just, main thing, I would just focus on cleaning and really sharpening these things up if you really wanted to. But I also love the just naturalness of how it is right now as well. You can absolutely clean things up, but it doesn't mean you have to, you know? Depends on how you want to go about it. And with the overall, like, I'm gonna call it gun thing. Don't really know what else to call it, my apologies. But I love all the details on this as well, and I love that you have, like, an overall idea of where the light is going to hit as well before you render it more deeply. One thing about drawing mecha is to make it believable that they work in reality. Yeah, you do an insanely good job of that, dude. Like I said, everything links up so well. I fucking love it. Guessed it right. Let's go. Funny little gun thing. Let's go. But, like, I love the detail here. And I know, like, when you get to rendering, you're gonna pay, like, a lot of attention to just, like, where the light hits anything that, like, stands out. So there's definitely gonna be, like, a little bit of light probably hitting that corner. Just any other, like, sharp edges around. So that's how it tends to work with anything metallic. Or just most 3D objects in general. It's just a little more obvious on metallic stuff just because of how shiny they are and how much light bounces around. Honestly, I'm just having a hard time critiquing because it's just really good. It's really, really solid. Because, like, a lot of the time, the critique usually comes from, like, maybe needing to fix up proportions or maybe needing to, like, clean the line work a lot or maybe needing to change how the shading is done and yada. But there's no shading yet, so I can't critique that. And the line work is just really, really solid. It's very clean. It's very visible. The pose is very strong. Like, I guess the only thing I can really think of is maybe this hand is angled downwards a bit too much. When I feel like it could be angled a little upwards maybe, but, like, maybe not actually. Because that's actually something I struggle with a lot, is getting a person to interact with their surroundings and or an object. Because it's just really hard getting, like, that proper hand placement. So honestly, even though I said, like, it might be off, it might actually still be right. Oh, it's so hard. Should I just add a drawing of mine to the critique channel? You can do that, yeah? I will do what I can with it. The more detailed it is, the easier it is to critique, but I can do simple stuff as well. Made each side not the same to give it, made from scratch. Yes, I especially love that. And like, I don't know if this was actually on purpose. But especially with this composition, so composition is just the way like everything is laid out. The thing I really, really love is, so it's uneven. So this side has like a heavier visual weight than this side because there's just more going on. But with this composition specifically, the weight of this object over here balances out this part. So like if you didn't have the weapon here, it would just feel like very heavy on the left side, right? Like it's still a really good design. The design is very solid. I love it. But just like adding the weapon here, just it balances out really, really well, and I really love it. I think you very much excel with compositions, which I think I've told you before. Your compositions are very, very good. And I don't know how much of that is intentional or how much of that is just feeling the vibes out. Because I feel like it comes very naturally to you. And then when you mix it with like some purposeful composition stuff, then it just fucking pops the fuck off. Tend to finish drawings before I send them. Hopefully you can critique a fully colored. I can. That is my favorite stuff to critique. It's a lot easier to critique things that are fully finished than things that are a work in progress. Because when it's a work in progress, I don't know necessarily what mistakes to point out. Because early stage art, there's usually a lot to fix. Composition is feeling the vibe, really. If it looks cool, I keep it good. Dude, you have such an eye for it. I've said it so many times, but you really genuinely do. But yeah, there's really not much I can suggest for this because it's really good. Thank you for letting me critique it, Savasa. Also, ooh, I love this. I love this shapeshift. Had to refine it, so that's why it has the Reddit mark. No worries. That is okay. All right. So, overall, I love the pose and everything. It's a very, very good pose. Shoulder is uneven height, is it? See, I don't think that even matters, honestly. Because, like, even if the shoulders are uneven, just because, like, they're made differently, like, it just works, you know? It's lending into that made-at-home vibe, you know? Tossed together at scraps. So in this case, like, a little bit of imperfection actually honestly adds to it. And I guess, like, if you really wanted to, I would probably do this in the coloring stage, not necessarily the line stage. But, like, if you really wanted to, you could even add, like, some extra, like, imperfections here and there. Like, I don't know, like a dent or something. Maybe not a dent, but, like, scratches or cracks if you really wanted to. If you wanted to make it look, like, more worn down and aged rather than, like, brand new. I don't necessarily know where to put them, but you could definitely do that. Because especially if it's scraps, things are going to be very unpolished, you know? Things are going to be very worn down. You're going to have scratches. You're going to have scrapes. You're going to have bends. You're going to have dents and chips and all that fun stuff. Like, you could even do, like, a crack in the glass or something if you really, really wanted to. But that's, like, the fun part of art. You can just keep doing stuff and adding things, and it's so fun. Didn't think that far? Very fair. That's why I said it's really hard to critique early stage stuff. Mostly neat, technically covered submission all right. Important parts are hidden. As long as the nipples and genitalia are hidden, I am happy to review it. Because that's why I had to also censor my life drawings. Specifically for Twitch. Hello, Chipser! Hi! Hope you're having a good day today. Also, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I missed that alert, and I also missed Fateburn's follow alert, and I think I might have also missed Iris's. I apologize. But thank you all for following me. I'm sorry, normally I'm better at noticing that, but I'm a silly little guy today, apparently. Like the blue-purple? Yeah, blue-purple goes hard. The first thing I will say though is the colors are very, very saturated, which can be a little overpowering in general. So you may want to look into trying to use like less saturated colors and then more saturated just for like accents, if that makes sense. So I always found it really a lot easier to go from desaturated colors and then to saturated because then it prevents it from getting like too bright at the end. But overall, I do still like the bright vibes. I feel like just maybe the background specifically might be better at a different color. I personally struggle a lot with backgrounds specifically, so. And color theory in general is also a pain. But let's see if we can change the color ever so slightly. And of course, this isn't going to be perfect, but hopefully it gets the vibe. So let's try. So if we desaturate this. Oh, I missed a spot. Oopsie. I do love the negative space in this. And the negative space is like this area and this area. And this tiny area down here. Having little bits of negative space can really just make it look a lot more interesting overall. Okay, here we go. Wait, wrong one. Control U. So if we just bring down the saturation, it makes it a lot easier on your eyes. And it doesn't give that like kind of retinal burn feeling. Missed 2 spots, it's fine. It's good enough. But like I said, I do love the pose in general. So just bringing down the saturation of that, and then... And then maybe the saturation of this down a little bit, just so that you could use it as an accent as well. So I would potentially... So what you could do is you could desaturate it, and then you can add just a little bit of saturation in some places. And then that'll make it a lot easier on the eyes. I think the hair was fine. I think it was mostly just the outfit here. So without touching like anything else, you can see how it goes from like this to this. Though of course, if you want to work with more saturated colors, that is also fair. I don't usually work with saturation that much, usually, or very, very saturated stuff specifically. Tend to work more desaturated, just as a personal preference. Okay, and then when it comes to the details, I would say some of the facial proportions could be a little just altered ever so slightly. Like getting that little like cheek puff in. Exaggerating the head turn just a little bit. Though I like how open the mouth was, so I'm gonna actually bring that back a little. So just keying in the face, a little bit on the hair. Maybe move the center of the hair over as well, because that looks like that's where the center should be. Giving moon vibe? They are. I love the little moon in their hair especially. I actually don't know the character myself, so I can't really make any character-specific suggestions. May have screwed up with the hand, definitely a mess since I only had my left hand as hand reference. That and I use Bezier Curve and Ibis Paint because it's easier for me to draw with Bezier Curves. Oh, okay. You are a curve user, I see. I've never been able to really get good line work with curves. I have mad respect for people who do work with curves, though. They are a very, very valid option. Especially if you have difficulty doing other types of line work as well. The one thing I would say about them is that it can, working with curves can potentially be a little bit limiting just because you don't get the natural, like, pressure variation that you would get when doing a work, like, line work manually. But again, if it's easier and if that's how you like to work, that is also a-okay. It just takes a little bit more extra work, I find, to get the line work very flowy. This VTuber's British art style always puts a smile on my face. What British art style? I ain't British. I'm just a newfie. Also, I do actually really like the hand over here. I will say that it does look like the sword is doing a really big curve. I don't know if the sword is actually curved. If it is, then ignore what I'm gonna say. But it looks like right now that if it's supposed to be more linear, then it would kind of end up crossing her midsection uncomfortably, potentially. So. Oh wait, unless it's pointing out, oh, it might be pointing straightwards. Never mind, sorry. Sorry, the way the hand was here, it made me, it made my eyes feel like it was like curving. But I see that it's probably just going straight out. It's the curve in the blade that misled me. So what I would actually recommend for something like this, specifically for the issue that I just had with the understanding, is I would probably move the arm a little bit. Just so that you don't get that visual miscommunication. So I would like move the arm down maybe. And this is more just a composition tip rather than art style or anatomy. So I would probably like move the hand down here and then have the hand like this maybe. Or maybe I'd even like get rid of that hand completely potentially, or have it outwards. It's hard to think of a really good specific solution. Oh, that's another thing. So it looks like that arm almost wants to go away from the body, kind of like this. Right? So one going this way, one going this way. But the way the sleeve is turned implies the hand is going towards this way. So you might actually want to get rid of this line. And then draw it like that, which would be a very easy solution. Because then it looks like it's facing away. Also, oh god. My throat is like so fucked today, but I will try. Ara. There we go. Ada text time. Had to use curves because my normal drawings are a lot sketchy. That and I have issues with shakiness. It's not really a problem if your stuff is sketchy. Like, what's a good example? Because honestly, I tend to draw in a relatively sketchy-ish style as well. There's a good... So here's a little sketchy drawing that I did a little bit ago. But the thing is, like, you don't have to do line art. And honestly, oftentimes I actually like skipping the line art because I find it just looks better, when it's sketchy. And I find line art ends up, like, killing how I want it to look. So a lot of the times I'll just specifically work, like, right on top of my sketches. Just something to keep in mind if that's something you want to try. Because I fucking hate line art. I avoid it whenever I can. I do it sometimes, but I really fucking hate it. I like rendering on top. Every time I do line art, I end up not liking it. Yeah! Spoiler alert, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. If you don't want to, you really, really don't have to. You can work it into your workflow and just do, like, sketchy stuff, if that works for you. Addicted to line art? I wish that were me, Zavasa. I do not love it that much. Like, I love pretty line art. Sometimes I get in the mood for it, but other times I'm like, ooh. So one sec, I need to take my meds before I forget. How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing, Onyx? Can't do straight lines with my fingers and I hate that. Is it a genuine just like your limbs are like really shaking in general? Or is it just a practice thing? Because some people just have naturally shaky hands, so doing a straight line is really difficult because it'll end up like kind of like this. But otherwise, just like learning to do very quick movements will help you learn how to do very straight lines. One of those rare line art loving freaks? God, could not be me, dude. Start painting over my sketch layer, merge everything like a mad lad. Exactly, exactly. You get it. I am a fucking merge slut, bro. I love merging my layers and working on top of them, and I love that workflow so much. Might make some traditional Japanese style art for some concept art. Ooh, I would love to see if you do. Find it funny no one asked what the ruler for? Shh, don't worry about it. Shaky in general because of genetic condition? Okay, that makes sense then. In that case, ignore my practicing to getting very clean lines. In that case, I definitely do think that the Bezier curves and stuff are probably the best thing for you. Unless you don't mind working in a working with your sketches. Because honestly, oh gosh, there's this one artist I really like that I can't remember the name of, but their style has like very, very sketchy lines, and it looks really, really pretty. I love it a lot. Like most of their work is like in the color work, and makes me so happy. I wish I could remember their name, but I really don't. But yeah, I would say like maybe add a bend here and maybe move the hand. And then also pay attention to like how the sleeve bends as well. Because otherwise it looks like the hand is interacting with the sword. So I'd like put it here. If you really wanted to have it like outstretched, like I would outstretch it more. So either this or something more like this. And then make sure to have that sleeve being affected by the motion as well. Which is probably another thing I just noticed, which I didn't notice initially. If the person, it looks like their body motion is moving forward, so fabric in comparison is going to move backwards because physics. So we can do this. Just imply this lightly. It's not going to be as well done as yours, but that's okay. So we are just trying to explain. So I would first of all, I'd actually probably move this one back even more and not have this curl in here.
And then we can have this like in shadow. Maybe not necessarily that color, but we're just trying to do the motion. So this. And then the sleeve would actually go this way. Because it would tug against the wrist. So we'd probably actually have a little bit of space here potentially. This isn't the best perspective, but hopefully it gets the idea across. It's definitely not the best way I could have drawn that. Then it looks like the hair is going over the shoulder, so I wouldn't correct that one. But if the hair isn't over the shoulder, then it would get dragged back. So if you really, really wanted to exaggerate it, I would even change the hair over here. Because it'll just emphasize that feeling of motion in the drawing. And then it goes from like this to this. Oh gosh, I have to read up. Hold up. Random art question for you. Anger, you answer the backlog. I will try my best. Hands are so shaky. Hopefully recent medical explorations will explain and I'll be able to fix it a little. I hope so. Shaky hands would be like my absolute nightmare. Those stabilizers also my best friend, dude. Why I'd say anger? No idea why the anger. But feel free to ask away, dude. Go for it. Ask whenever. Merging saved my life. Brought my usual pieces down from 6 hours to 2 hours. Honestly, less clean art looks better. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I like. It allows me to work like so much faster because if I have to do line work, it takes me so long in comparison to just like my sketches and stuff. If you're naturally shaky, recommend seeing if your software has stabilization feature. No Clip Studio Paint has, and it's been really helping me. Yes, 100%. Stabilization is very, very handy. Though they did say that they have a genetic condition, so it might be more severe than what the stabilizer can help with. But the stabilizer can help a lot. Like, for example, on 100%, if I make this tiny and I bring this down to 0% stabilization and I try to draw a slow straight line, you can see that it does all this like jitteriness. Even though like zoomed out it still looks pretty straight, but like zoomed in it's kind of shit. And then if I go to 100, then it's very, very slow and it gets rid of that jitter. Personally, I like to keep mine around like 15 to like 35, depending on the brush and what I want to do. And that's specifically in Clip Studio's measurements. Any other program, it might act different. I usually like this. Because I find 100% is way too slow. But yeah, I think those are the main things I would potentially critique. I know I kind of did this pretty messy. That's because it's your art. I don't want to take over. Also, thank you for the follow, Guy Tech. Thank you, thank you. Oh, your icon is so cute. I love it. It is adorable, but welcome, welcome. Hopefully you enjoy your stay in purgatory. Stabilization was biggest issue when I started out. Yeah, if you're not used to it, you're like, why the fuck don't my lines look good? How's it going? It's going good, Dubs. Thank you. You are very welcome. Severed nerve and dominant hand, which makes it super unsteady. Sitting around, sorry, I just got a fucking Windows security thing pop up in the middle of that. Fuck. Super unsteady, sitting around 7 stabilization, knowing when to rotate my canvas has been super useful. You use it on 7? 7 is like really low. Like I don't know which program you're using, but I usually use a lot higher. Obviously use whatever is most comfortable for you though. But don't be afraid to bump up that stabilization if you do need it. 7 on CSP, dude. That makes my lines like so wobbly. Like they can be less, but still. I would definitely recommend playing around with stabilization then. Or, you know, again, stick with your Bezier curves. It is up to you. It is your body. You know what is most comfortable for you. I guess I just like the tiny little bit of extra slowness that comes with 15. I'm not going to call it tremors unless they specifically call it tremors because they said that they have a genetic condition, so I do not want to assume anything if it is something different because they specifically said it is from a severed nerve, which can potentially cause tremors, but it is not necessarily specifically tremors because if it's nerve specific, then it could also just be like small twitches rather than tremors. And I am not a doctor, so I'm not going to use a term unless they use the term. We can guess all we want, but we do not know their body. But yeah, I think that's the main feedback I would give. If you want to go even further, you could also get a lot more into shading and stuff. Also, why did I leave that little bit here? But if you wanted to get into shading, you could also spice it up a little. My color choice won't necessarily be the best colors for this, but you could do some like cast shadows. You could have like a shadow from the sword, which would also make it feel more like it's pointed upwards just because having it there would imply that it's casting light and yada yada. So you could also cast shadows here. I usually like to add a little bit under the neck. Usually some around the eyes and face. Usually not too much on the eyes and face, though. And then, of course, some, like, extra clothing folds if you really wanted. But shading makes, like, all the difference with stuff. Same with colors. You can really, really just change the vibe of everything by changing how you do colors and the like. So even this with it being super scribbly, you can see there's a very big difference. Oh, about your genetic condition, not Saces. Okay, sorry. My apologies. Sorry, when you were saying genetic condition, I associated it with Sasos. My apologies. Hello, Kuro Kirijo. Hi. Hope you're having a good day today. What would your advice be for a starting point for someone who has zero experience earning? Honestly, probably the first homework. Or not not even the first homework, actually. The first homework, if you really want to start like taking it seriously. Otherwise, I literally just recommend straight up picking up a pen and paper and going ham. Don't bother with a pencil. A pencil is gonna get you thinking too much about stuff. And then you're probably gonna be like, blah, this sucks, or like all this fun stuff, or unfun stuff. Just like literally just straight up pick up pen and go burr. Because if you pick up a pen rather than a pencil, you can't undo. You are stuck with whatever you have. So like, for example, I will remove my hand from the undo button and I will just draw. No guidelines, simply fun. I have nothing in store for this. I didn't think of anything. And I am just drawing whatever seems like it would be fun. And you'll make mistakes. I tried to draw a thumb here, but if I drew a thumb here, that wouldn't work anatomically. So I just ignored it and pretend I did not draw that. But just get used to, like, doing tiny doodles and have fun. It does not need to be insanely good. It is the #1 way I recommend people get into art. And obviously I've been doing this for a while, so my little attempt is, like, pretty decent, but that's because I've been doing this for, like, fucking over 15 years. So I've done many a doodle. I've put in my hour. Little tooth. Or actually, maybe not tooth. Cover that up. And then just have fun, man. Don't think. Turn off your brain. Add in things. Even if it's going good, don't worry about fucking it up, because who cares? The art is for you. It doesn't have to be shared with people. It's not like people are paying you like a premium or anything, you know? So just have fun. Draw whatever interests you. Draw things that don't interest you if you want to, like, improve on those specific things. Just go burr. Still struggle with shading, especially digitally. Shading is hard. It is very, very hard. I still struggle too. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. And thank you for the stretch too. Done it longer than I have, though to be honest, started drawing terribly. Yeah, no. Dude, I've been... I got, like, my first digital tablet in, like, grade 6, bro. So, assuming that was grade 6... Digital art specifically, I guess I've been doing for... Yeah, 15 years now. But I've also been drawing since before that, too. Just, like, traditionally with, you know, good old pen, paper, crayons. So, I have 15 years of, digital work specifically. And then, a questionable amount of everything else. Because I've just been drawing for, like, as long as I can fucking remember. Yeah, those are probably the main critiques that I would offer for you specifically. At least right now on this specific piece. I will copy and paste this and send it. Oh god, we got a lot more critique submissions. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go through them all today. My voice is starting to get a little fucked because I also did 6 hours of streaming yesterday. Why does the pizza look like a tissue? Probably because I drew it in, like, probably, like, 30 seconds. I wanted to make it feel very floppy and flowy. Get well soon? It's okay. It's just a little hoarse. I'm not, like, sick. I don't think. It is literally just from overusing my voice a little bit. So I did stretch, right? If not, I'll do it again. Some pizzas are that thin, though. Yeah! It was specifically based off the New York style pizza that I got for my birthday. It was very thin. I love the pizza art. I'm glad. Okay. I'll try to get the next 2 pieces in. I probably won't go over the sketch version, Amiya, but I'll go over the full piece, and then I'll do Ness's, and then that's probably all I can fit in for today. Anything else will be moved to next time. So let me just do this and this, just to get them loaded up. New York Schmoo York, pizza as thin as tissue as exactly as possible. Dude, it was really thin crust, bro. But I love this. Oh, the composition, the colors are really, really lovely. For the shadow, I'm not sure if you were going for like a blood vibe, because having the shadow very, very saturated like this, makes it feel like there is something there, like some kind of substance. So I would, let me select around here. This is going to be a horrible selection job, but that's fine. Because I really like the idea of a warm shadow, but if it's not meant to like imitate any kind of thing. Oh, I need to actually extend that further because of the blur. Okay, maybe now. I was paint, airbrush tools, so balls, phone drawing is, I can imagine. I would not be able to do that shit, bro. Also, I missed. I always miss a couple areas. Dang it. So I missed in here too. Sorry, selection takes like the longest to fucking do, man. Let's try this again. There we go. So like I do like the red just because like it does give like a very specific like vibe to it. But I feel like the red ends up like overpowering the rest of it potentially. If that makes sense. So it kind of subtracts from like the really nice silhouette. So if you wanted to draw them like lying down, I would potentially, you can still keep it warm, but I'd maybe make it significantly less colored. Also, that's not perfect, but that's fine. And also the wings would cast like very minimal shadow as well because it'd be against the ground. Assuming I'm reading this right, of course. And if you want to make it more like a cast shadow, you can avoid using the airbrush and use more of a solid color. Also, sometimes shadows look fucking weird, so don't worry about it being too wonky in places. Shadows are also a lot darker. Oh shit. Want to put a Gaussian blur on this because even though it's soft, or even though it's hard edges, we want to soften it up just a little bit. Because that'll make it a lot smoother. And I did forget the bit over by the hair. Sorry, it's so interesting working on other people's art sometimes. And I forget details because I didn't draw all of it. And then hand. Wing. If we really wanted to, we could even probably do like a wing shape over here. Just a really, really tiny detail to give just a little more depth. And then we can gauge and blur it. There we go. Sorry, I'm just reading over chat real quick. Did it on phone because you were too lazy to go upstairs? It is so pretty, though. I am still amazed that you did that shit on phone, dude. You and Zavasa are correct. I imagine working on others' art can make for pretty good attention to detail type practice, though. It is! It's good practice for me, too. It gets me to think in ways that I wouldn't normally think otherwise. Okay, so, So that's the main thing I would suggest is, again, mostly just the shadow because, sorry, so if we compare this to the original, I do like I would keep the red if you intended it on being blood, specifically. But if it's just shadow, I would recommend something just more like this, just because it allows you to really view all the details without anything getting lost. While with the blood, it's very easy to lose the overall shape. Let's see. I also really love the shading. The shading is really good. If you really wanted to spice up the shading even more, you could potentially try and do some like post-processing stuff, which is basically just like emphasizing what you already have. So if you really, really wanted to, I'm actually having difficulty finding a good way to do it because I just really like how you did the shading. But you could make like your lights a little lighter if you wanted to. I think it's honestly fine how it is. But like you could just like bring it out a little bit and increase some softness, but I really also value the hardness that you have in your lines as well. So I kind of almost don't even want to suggest it. Or maybe an overlay would be better instead, because that was on an add glow layer. So let's try. Or we can try a tone correction. And tone correction is basically just messing with how light or how dark everything is, and whether there's more like reds or blues in it. Because I think if you like upped the shadows just a little bit and made it either like warmer or cooler, I think would make the overall vibe feel like a little more lively, I guess. And help you include just a little bit more details. But that's just personally how I usually go about colors. So there's absolutely, again, there's nothing wrong with how you did it. It is just a potential thing if you wanted to mess with that kind of stuff. And you could even mish and mash and like even erase some of this just to give your shadows back that like dark vibe that they had. Just a little. But one detail that I really do like that I just noticed is you have the actual reflected light on the bottom of the thigh, but not the butt, because it wouldn't be reflected onto the butt because the butt is against the ground. But I love the shading on this so much. Have a bad tendency to use desaturated colors? I think that's a really good habit, actually. I'm biased because it's what I do. But I really like using desaturated colors because I find it a lot easier to add saturation than it is to take away saturation. So like I just did like a funny little tiny itsy bitsy bit of adjustment to add that saturation back in there. It was super easy. You could definitely do it backwards and go like saturated to less saturated, but I just find it more natural adding in the saturation after. Because I feel like saturation, unless you're working in like one of those like hyper pop styles where it's like all bright, and I envy people who work in that style because man, they make it work so well. But unless you're working in like that kind of style, then a lot of the times you want your saturation to be like very knowingly placed, you know? So you want to use it very intentionally. Also, maybe adding some extra details in the shading might also be something you might like to do. Just imply the feathers like a little bit more. But that's optional. You know, not well, everything is optional. You don't have to listen to shit from me. But it can just be something that can add just a little bit of extra to it. Okay, let me see. Still dying over here. Get going. Oh, I hope you have a good time. I mean, I know you're not because you're sick, but I hope you feel better soon. Also banking up those channel points. Let's go. Fall in love with color balance tool to saturate more. Me too. I love it so much, dude. Like either color balance or tone curve or both. It's just like, oh, yes. Because, like, the thing that no one teaches you is the post-processing, dude. No one fucking tells you about using that shit. It's always, like, a random tutorial where, like, someone does it and you're like, oh, what the fuck did you do? And then you discover it and you're like, oh my god, my life has changed forever. That is the corrections that I would potentially do. So let me send this over to you. And of course I say corrections, but it's really just like little tips if you want to try messing with those kinds of things. First time here, don't know if I'm allowed to give tips. Recommend them to look into wing anatomy. Some of the stuff looks a little weird for someone who's really into birds. Ah, very, very fair. I think an important thing to know with that is, although drawings can definitely follow real life, they don't necessarily have to. So even though there's definitely non-anatomical things going on here, with a lot of art, it's very stylized. So we end up dropping the technical proper proportions just for the sake of making it look cool, basically. But that's definitely another tip as well. I think they overall got the vibe because I am not a bird person. So forgive me if I do some little fucky wucky. But I believe in general, wings are usually like this. That's usually like the main vibe, and then you usually have like a small thing of feathers and then like a large thing of feathers. So they definitely got like the general overall idea down, even if it's not like 100% accurate. Non-anatomically correct wings look cooler than real ones. I agree. But it really just depends on like how you want to go about it. Because personally, I really like the stylization. Gotta go, EP. Have a good EP. Thank you for sticking around for so long, Zavasa. And I appreciate you too, man. I cannot wait to see what else you make in the future. But birds are also very cool. Birds are pog. Okay, now let's move on to this one. This is what I was talking about, like, unless your style is, like, super saturated already, then, like, it's good to start with desaturated, but I love the colors in this so much. Like, my wings have some curves of bird-like, very fair. I fucking love this so much. The style is so cute. And honestly, it's so, like, stylized that I almost, like, have trouble telling what the fuck I should even critique because it's just really cute. Because let's see. 'Cause I don't know if I'd change anything about the colors. Like, you could probably push it a little bit. But honestly, I just really like it. It's like maybe pushing the saturation even more, but I kind of like the muted tones. Okay, yeah. I guess maybe I would say just push saturation just like a tiny bit maybe. Just because it's very it's already very up there. Thanks for the tips. Keep them in mind and further my art. I cannot wait to see what else you make. That's like the best part of this, dude. I love seeing what you guys make so much. Didn't say it to be rude or anything. Said I don't know if we're allowed to give tips. Sorry if we're not allowed to. You're allowed to. It's more so okay. It's more that you're allowed to just be very careful with how you say things. Like I think your comment was fine because it's true. You could follow the anatomy more carefully, but like at the same time, stylization and yada yada and yada. It's more of just a matter for the most part for some people. Some people don't know how to give proper critique, and their critique ends up just coming off as a mean, for lack of a better word. Because it's like it's the difference between you drew this sock bad versus hey, maybe you should try paying attention to this part and this part, you know? But what you said was fine, so like don't you worry. Usually never work in a style like this. Even more reason to get critique from fellow artists. Fair. Turning this into stickers. Oh, that's gonna go so hard, dude. I love it so much. Honestly, if you're making it into stickers, that's even more reason to make it very, very saturated, in my opinion. Because the printer in general is gonna desaturate your stuff unless you have like a really, really good printer and really good paper and all that fun stuff. So I would, let's see. Also keep in mind, high saturation stuff isn't my strength, so I also apologize for this in advance. Let's see. It's just really hard because I really like it. Finished test batch and it's a bit dull. Yeah, I figured. Printing is hard, okay? Printing is really, really hard. I've gotten frustrated with printing shit myself. So yeah, I would really push the saturation in that case because I see the style you're going for. You want it to be just very, very bright. Anatomy wise, I'm not sure. I think this is the most trouble I've had today on how to critique. Because your style is just very interesting in like a good way, obviously. Because with like all the outlines and stuff, everything just kind of like works. And like I'm almost like scared to like play around with stuff just because I really, really like it. But I will try. Because it just feels very cohesive. Like your coloring and line style is just very good. Also, thank you for the follow, Elio. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Welcome to Purgatory. And if you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. Keep in mind, version you have has a paper texture multiplier layer and nightshade on it, so a bit duller than I drew it. Very fair. That is also a valid the note. I wonder if an outline on the letters might make them pop a bit more. Because I think they do stand out just with the colors because of how different they are from the rest. But maybe an outline might look good too. But I don't know until I really try it. So that just might help it stand out a bit more. That's a vibe that you dig. Okay, honestly, I'm not into it. This is what I meant when I said I'm not very good with saturated colors. I didn't do that on a new layer either, so fuck me, I guess. Should have listened to you before printing them. It's okay, it's okay. I should have went faster. Okay. So I think the way I'll go about this is maybe composition-wise or readability-wise. Which is not my strong suit. Because I'm just wondering what's a good way to make these stars stand out compared to the rest of the drawing. Because right now they kind of blend in a bit. But like your style's so nice. Ugh. I'm very not used to working with your kind of style. So that'll make the sticks stand out more. So maybe outlines in general might be a good thing for you to consider. Because it'll help break up the different elements, especially since you have so many things layered on top of one another. But that's only if you dig that kind of vibe, of course. And that'll help the hand stand out more as well. I don't know if I would say it's better or not. It's just a different way of doing it. Not my style. What you've done is already so much nicer. If you insist. Like I said, you're like the style is just really pretty. Also, this is on a different layer, so then I can play with different colors. So let me just reline this. Do it relatively quick because why not? But there's a lot of ways to like increase readability and just like contrast between things. Outlines can help a lot. I don't know if I would necessarily do the outlines here, if I would do it in white. But just like breaking things up a bit can help a lot. But I love the sorry accident so much. So let's try playing with different colors here. Let's open up our color slider. Because white definitely breaks it up the most. Black just blends in too much and kind of makes it look muddy. So maybe white would be like the good choice. Especially if you're going like sticker vibes, because stickers already have like that white outline around it, you know? So if you consider that all of this would be like outline 2, then it might really just fit together. Not that you can really see the funny little white outline I'm adding just because it is already on a light background. And then I feel like the head is missing a little bit of white separation as well. I don't know if I would do it on the hair though. But maybe. I don't know. This is a style that's very foreign to me. Maybe less is more. Because sometimes it's easy to get a little too into some details. You can also just do things partially. So I feel like that would look a lot less extreme than the previous. Outlines will really help with readability on sticker side. Yes, that too. Just that little bit of clear, different, the color. Yeah, I might not have implemented the theory as well as I would have liked, but hopefully it just gets across the overall idea of what you can do. Which I guess is the goal. I'm not gonna be the best editor ever all the time. Okay, send this. And then I believe that is all that has been submitted today. Hurrah! Screenshot it. I sent it to you as well. I replied to you in the Discord. Because I know it can be very valuable just to have that to like compare back and forth. You're welcome! Also, it's a much better quality than just the latest screenshot. But I shall go prepare us to go raid someone, because man, my throat is reached its limit. I cannot go any longer than this. I am probably gonna need like at least 2 days to rest my voice. But let's see, who is on right now? Let me go through like a million people I'm following. Let's see. Any revenge raids I can do today? Oh, we can revenge. Okay, we can revenge raid Xenos again. Because Xenos raided us the other day during the collab. I would like to get them back again. They are a fucking badass animator. They are fucking insane. They are so cool. Could a revenge raid latte? Oh, true. I did just say we were going to do Xenos though. So I will keep my word. I also want to do a quick shout out for them first before we raid them. Because they are very neat. Highly recommend. Okay, now that the shout out is done, we can do the raid into them. Thanks for an interesting stream, of course. I'll make sure to do another one soonish, whenever I can. How often do you do stuff like this? Would love to submit something in the future. It's usually every 1 to 2 weeks. So I have to write up a new homework assignment, and then I'll usually pick like a due date that's 1 or 2 weeks later, depending on like how much time I think it would take. This one was only a week long because I figured it was pretty easy because you just had to set aside like 30 minutes exactly and then wham bam done. But I do it once every 1 or 2 weeks, give or take. Definitely if you want to be alerted of when I do these things, you can join the Discord and get the art student role, and then I will ping you whenever I make a new homework assignment. You don't necessarily have to do the homework assignment, that is up to you. But you can also just submit your stuff for critique. Alright, did cool. Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure. And also repeat it for anyone else if they were curious as well. But until then, we shall start up our raid. We will go Revenge Raid Xenos. They are so cool. They make such cool animations. They are fucking amazing. They are so sweet. They're fucking so cool, bro. But thank you everyone for joining me today. Thank you everyone for submitting your art. Again, it takes a lot of courage to submit your art and for someone to go over it on stream and point out all your flaws and all that stuff. It is scary as fuck. So thank you guys for trusting me with your stuff. I hope I gave lots of good advice for you. And if I didn't give good advice for you, I apologize. Hopefully I gave advice for someone else and then hopefully that helped as well. But thank you for all the follows, subs. I don't think we got any subs today, but that's okay. But thank you for anyone who is subbed already as well. I appreciate everyone's support, and thank you for all the birthday gifts too, because I know I got another gift the other day. Sneaky motherfucker, whoever you are, anonymous. But remember to drink lots of water, eat lots of tasty food, take care of yourself, do something nice for yourself or something nice for someone else.